Good morning, traders. Welcome to MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. I am Terry Trades, and we have our expert traders, Tom Sabo and Nick Does Futures. Good morning, you guys.
Good morning. Hello, everybody. Hello, chat. Magnus, Danny, welcome. And Terry, Nick, what's going on?
What's going on, guys? Y'all doing all right?
Good. I'm doing great. I love your new light, Nick.
Yeah.
Literally, I just turned them on. I was like, because like it's like raining here, so like I didn't want to turn like the main light on, but like I didn't want to like if I open the blinds, it's dark. So I was like, let me just turn these on. You know?
Yeah, because you were scared. I know.
Yeah, I was scared. ICT is going away for the rest of the year, so I have nothing. I have no guidance here. I have no one.
Yeah.
No one to protect me. How y'all doing?
Good.
All good. All good.
Yeah, I'm close to passing a 150K pro eval with MyFundedFutures.
Amazing.
Oh, wow.
Congratulations.
Yes, the Big Daddy account. I snatched one up with that Black Friday deal, the 50% off, and we have about $122 left to go. So hopefully we can pass it together today.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
of course.
I'm sorry, what's that?
How much more you have to pass it?
$122 needed.
Easy.
On $9,000 profit.
Yeah.
Just slap a mini real quick.
Let's go at the open, right? Let's go. Hopefully we can do it together today.
Of course.
So she passed, guys. That's all she's trying to say. She passed already.
Maybe she did.
No, not yet. I'm hoping today is the day. I do see that the market is trading above yesterday's high in NQ. Who'd like to get us started, Nick or Tom?
Yeah, I'll go ahead here. We did come into this fair value gap and we moved away from it like I was kind of hoping for. I didn't really expect it to do it yesterday. I thought I'd just kind of sit in here and then like today or tomorrow it would do it. But actually the move that I was able to catch here got us to was the main reason I was a part of it. So yesterday, let me go to the hourly real quick. I'm just going to break down everything from, oh wait, this is Wednesday. So what am I doing? Okay, so hourly chart yesterday, because we knew the daily was bullish, right? Like I wanted to see us go higher prices on ES and NQ. There was a daily gap we could use as support. Okay, so from there, right here is where I was I kind of got a little tipped off. Was we ran this low, right, on NQ, and we did not run it on ES. This 7 a.m. low from yesterday. Now, it may not be that big of a deal. It's just like how do you know like which swing low to use, which swing high, and stuff like that. But the main thing was it was sort of like the time aspect. We had news at 10 a.m. The market was open. So we had this liquidity sweep right during like 9 o'clock, during the 9 o'clock hour. I wanted it to go down the previous day low, but I didn't need to do that, especially once it formed SMT. So from here, I'm bullish, right? I was targeting these relative equal highs. Unfortunately, it kind of went without me before, like it hit these highs before it even gave me an entry. But previous day high was another one, and then obviously that Asia high up here. So knowing that there was an SMT at these lows, right? I went down to the 15-minute chart. Now there was something on the 5-minute that you could have took right here. I marked off this breaker. My only problem with this one was you could do it on the just go down to the 1 minute and then use the 5-minute with it. I'll show you guys how I did that. So right here, you could have used this for entry and it worked out, right? You had the liquidity sweep, you had a draw on liquidity higher, and then price ran, you would have hit TP. What I did instead was, just in case it didn't want to give this, because we had this 15-minute gap right here, right? Why is it doing that? Okay. We had this 15-minute gap that price respected right at 10 o'clock. So I was like, okay, cool. I'm going to use that to try to get long. And just so happened when it came lower on the 1 minute, I should probably do replay mode, but I want to show you guys what's happening on ES. So this low here was also the 5-minute breaker tag right here. Okay. So you could have used both, right? I was just waiting for lower time frame confirmation as well. So we got that confirmation and it's a little sloppy here, but as soon as we got above here, I was able to buy. I think my entry was 336. Closed above. I had some candles in here that were kind of scary, right? Like this right after I entered, I had this candle that happened. I was like, oh, okay. Like, wow, the market's gonna do that to me. But we were just targeting up to, I think 401 was my target there. Like 306. Yeah, so right around in here, or 412, sorry. And we had some relative equal highs right here. You see these relative equal highs? That's a good draw for price to reach for. Lower didn't make sense because of the hourly chart, right? We had like a low sweep on NQ. We didn't have it on ES. There was a SMT there. It really just didn't make a whole lot of sense. Plus, this hourly, look at like this 9 a.m. candle closed so bullish. Like, why would it go down? Like, the odds of it retracing that whole move and stopping me out is pretty low. I feel like, especially when we have a clear draw higher. So all I needed was just an entry to get long off of. So right, so I used the 5-minute combined with like the 1 minute and the 15-minute. So 15-minute fair value gap right here. Price came into it, used the 1 minute entry on that breaker, and then this 5-minute inverse right here was also what I was using as well. So
it seems like you were having quite a few confirmations there. That's cool. So that was
yeah, but it wasn't like one at a time though. Like they were all happening at once, and I used them. You know, because like if you have too many confirmations, what's going to happen is you're going to never take any trades, most likely. You know what I mean? So right when we got this candle close here at 10:35, we also had a inverse here. If you see this tiny little fair value gap right here, that was an inverse for me on ES because ES was a little bit stronger. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna buy here. There's also a breaker, 15-minute fair value gap. And then I'm going to look to target higher prices. So that was the trade right there. And another confirmation was this 5-minute breaker as well. So everything was aligning for me to take a long, right? You guys can check out that video on my Twitter, but it wasn't like, okay, I need this candle to happen and then this one to happen and this one to happen. And all of a sudden it's 12 o'clock and you didn't take a trade. So everything was happening. Yeah, that's why you guys see me out. Like people make fun of me while I'm on the stream, while I'm just sitting here staring at the charts. Like I'm just dialed in, right? Gotta be dialed, you know? So that was the trade. Mainly just entered off of that, that 1 minute breaker, but there was a lot of support below us. I guess that's the better way to, instead of confirmations, I show you support. We had a 5-minute breaker here, 15-minute fair value gap, use the 1 minute for like a more precise entry. Just in case price just wanted to keep like knifing lower. Like I wasn't just buying like randomly. I could use the 1 minute. So that's why I waited for the 1 minute. Like I could have got a better entry down here, but I waited for more confirmation and I still got a good risk to reward. So that's how I use it. It's not every day. Like you have all these confirmations happen at once. So that was that trade. As for today, I think the Monday is going to be yesterday's low is probably the low of the week, in my opinion, especially if we close above yesterday's high. These relative equal highs here just stick out to me on the daily. I just don't see why you're going to do all this, close above bearish areas and just don't go lower and don't go higher. So I think this is imminent, but I want to see clear displacement. Like I don't just want to just buy. I need to see my setup. So same for ES as well. We got these highs right here and then all-time highs. Gold did come into this gap. Gold is gold's actually looking really, really clean. Yeah. Wow, gold's super clean. First time looking at the charts this morning. So I would, if you wanted to, you could take on a swing position above this hourly breaker. I wouldn't put your stop at the low of it though. I'd wait for it closed above, and I'd just put it somewhere down here, and then target up to anywhere up into here. I feel like gold's about to really pump off too, so that's good. Finally getting some confirmation on that, some speed. So yeah, I want to see it come into this gap like I did and then move away. So yeah, that's pretty much all I got. So I think I went a little long there, but just breaking down my trade. A lot of people ask me questions. They're like, well, we see him break down his trades, but we don't understand like what he's talking about. So now you do.
Yeah. Thank you, Nick. It's good.
Thank you. Yeah, and I must say, like, I really enjoyed the way you break down your charts and your setups. And in this particular trade, the reason why I said you had quite a few confirmations. This is kind of like the situation when you have so many things lining up. So your trade breakdown was so well structured. So you have so many, signs from the market that this is going to go higher. You're checking on ES, you're checking everything. And those small little details, the pieces of the puzzle, lining up in the perfect direction. That's just an extra layer of confidence. That's why I was saying. So it was a perfect breakdown. I really enjoy it. So, and by the way, when you say yeah, you're locked in on the chart, and that's also real discipline, which I also trying to follow as well, because sometimes I do go crazy on evaluation accounts, but as you said last time, you took like 2 trades last week, and usually that's what you go for, like just a few trades a week. I think that's something that I want to go for as well. So yeah, guys in the chat, this is trading. You're sitting at your charts, reading the narrative, lining up your levels, and you're waiting for the opportunity. If the market is not, if the trade is not coming to you, then that's it. But you were still trading by not pushing the button. So never forget that. Anyway, I enjoyed that.
Yeah, that's a
breakdown.
Good point there.
Yeah, exactly. So on my end, it's pretty simple right now. I mean, in the London session, I had a loss. I was trying to short the market because there is a 5-minute demand zone / bullish order block, or whatever you want to call it, on starting from 299.25 on the micro, this dotted line here. So during the London session, I was pretty much into a short trade, like this has to go down. Anyway, as you can see, it went higher, stopped me out. There was a 15-minute supply zone as well, but I did not have a plan for it because it just wasn't looking that good. Anyway, then the rest of the London session, I was just sitting through the whole session. I was trying to anticipate something else, which also did not happen. We had an Asia high at 445. That got taken out perfectly in the London kill zone still. So basically the market was just doing its thing. Obviously, I was on the wrong side. There was a 5-minute supply zone higher starting... Actually, that's from yesterday PM session, starting from around 464. Between the London and the New York session, the market went up there, and it took it out. Now there's one more buy side here at 542. So let me just switch to the 15-minute, and as we can see it, this is a Sunday high there, 542. Yeah, so I think we could still go higher. If I switch the 1-hour chart right now and I look to the left, I'm always looking for fair value gaps, supply zones, or anything up here. In this case, there's nothing. I already checked it before the stream. The only thing we have, I mean, the 542, and there is a fair value gap on the hourly at 629, which, we could go for. Now, the thing I want to say is, like, maybe I can try to scalp it for 542 if the market really wants to push it. Then I don't see the reason why it should not be tagging that 542. But I was just telling this to Terry earlier, like, I'm having a bit of a confusion here reading the market, because I don't see my levels that clearly like right now. I mean, at least in this session, we took out the supply and the zones here. We still have that demand zone down there at 300. Are we going to drop down 200 points? Good question. We don't have any major news driver here. And regarding news, I have some other things to say. Actually, let me just go to gold real quick. For those of you who are trading gold, very interesting. There was a sell side at 4,209.6 down there, which is a fair value gap. Anyway, the sell-off here that happened in the London session almost went down there and then turned back to the upside. Kind of an interesting move. There was no demand zone that I was following here. So I was just kind of sitting on the sidelines, and there's still no supply zone that I could go with. There is one up there at 42.73. So that is actually a 5-minute supply zone. Not a perfect one, but that would be the only level, 42.73.1 or 3. Anyway, I'm going to put a line here. That would be the level that I would go for, but gold is a tricky thing. And I just checked it recently, like my results. I'm not really having good results with gold in the past couple of weeks. It's very tricky. So it has to be a really good A+ setup for me to jump in. Obviously, if this one goes higher, then all I'm going to do is just wait for a nice pullback and jump in for a long position. That's my only plan for gold. But if this would start to sell off, and this is why I was mentioning this candle at 435 during the London session with this long wick here, if this would start to sell off, I think there is a strong, that would be a strong indication that we might try to break that low, basically a London low, and then go down to 42.09.6. But as I said, the problem is I don't see my demand and supply zones. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. And again, just a small little piece of information. Maybe some of you guys were reading, like the Federal Reserve has officially ended quantitative tightening. So, that so-called money vacuum that they were running for 2 years, it's basically been turned off. So for the past 2 years, every month, the Fed was sucking about a 60 to 90 billion out of the financial system. So currently the thing is, and that could be a bullish scenario, that it could be, this money is going to be left for the market right now. So that's always bullish, right? So by taking that money out, it made it a little bit harder for stocks to go up, right? So because there was always less free money floating around. And so now that the vacuum is gone, there will be more money staying in the system instead of disappearing. So what this usually means for NQ, and especially for day traders like us, we could see NASDAQ an easier chance to go higher, especially like the big tech stocks like Nvidia, Apple, Tesla, Microsoft, etc. And of course, buy the dips. Like I can imagine that NQ, when drops down, it's going to be bought up instantly. So buy the dip scenario, more liquidity. Just keep that in mind. Just a piece of information. But that's all I see right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
Buy the dip.
Buy the dip.
Do you remember that song, Dip, Baby, Dip?
No.
No?
No, maybe.
It's so old. It's an old song.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
Hey, Pine Tree, good to see you.
Hey, Pine Tree. We have special guests on today. We have Sean Sawyer, trading psychologist. He will be helping us learn more about how we can control those red days. I know lots of people struggle with those, including me. And by popular demand, I know a lot of people said, yes, we want more trading psychology. So Sean will be sharing with us today at 10 o'clock. And we also have Tanya Trades on at 1:30.
So definitely a lot of value to be shared. So I can't wait to listen to all those hosts, because I think this is an amazing day right now at MyFundedFutures. So stick around all the way to the end, everybody.
Yeah, and I did see that we get to pick someone to win a 150K Pro account every hour. Yes.
Ooh, we like that. We like that. And of course, don't forget to, smash the like, subscribe if you haven't already. If you're just lurking and watching the stream, make sure to subscribe and share the link with everybody. We need to push the sub count way above 100K as soon as possible. So let's do it, everybody. Team effort, everyone.
Team effort. Yes, it takes a village. Let's do it.
Oh, yeah.
We're at 56,000. We're making our way.
We're making our way, but it's still not enough, everyone. We need more. So
let's go. Yeah, smash that like button. Let's get this party started. It does help the algorithm to send it out. I did share the stream this morning. Tom, did you share it already on your X?
Not yet. Oh my gosh. I do have to do that immediately. I'm doing it. Sorry.
Immediately.
Immediate. I thought I did actually, because I thought I put it on automatic schedule. Don't worry, guys. I'm doing it.
Oh, clever. To do automatic schedule. I need to learn how to do that.
Actually, I will try. I will send. It's possible. I will show you. But now I'm sharing it. So everybody, do the same thing. Share the stream link. Super important. And of course, everybody, I said last time phone book, but you have context in your phone, right? So I don't care if it's the guy who repairs your, I don't know. But anyway, share it, send it to everybody.
I can't believe that we used to have a phone book that would get published and it would get delivered to everyone's home. And it was this giant book.
Yeah, we had that too.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, time goes so fast.
Our times have changed. One day we'll just wear like glasses and we won't even have a phone, right?
Yeah.
And just walk around calling people, texting people, watching YouTube from it.
They're actually saying that the thing that's going to be like everybody's going to have that microchip, implemented, and you don't even have to do anything. You just think of something, and it's going to appear on the holographic screen or something. I don't even know. Maybe I'm watching too much sci-fi, but actually I can imagine that. Like Elon Musk is teasing everybody with all kinds of scientific sci-fi stuff there.
Would you do it, Tom? Would you let them put a chip in your brain?
No. I know. Guys, I'm like a dinosaur. Like I'm not like, yeah, you guys, new generation, do what you want. But hey, I'm an old style person. I'm okay. Don't worry. I'm fine. I'm just pushing the buttons. I like to do that.
Yeah. Oh, people are asking, where's Nick? He will be right back. He is just getting rebooted. His energy is getting rebooted.
He's rebooting his energies. Yes. Don't worry, guys. He's fine.
Yes, he is fine. Exactly. Market's going to open in about 5 minutes. What are you guys all thinking? Type in 1 if you're looking for longs today. Type in 2 if you're looking for shorts, or type in 3. You're just going to sit on your hands and hang out with us for the day.
Yeah. Mr. Smith, I got a chip on my shoulder. Yes, I do. Yeah. So, Terry, what's your plan? Are you going to jump into just to slap 1 minute to get that extra profit, on the open, or what you going to do?
I know. I'm kind of, I'm not sure yet. So we need
no pressure. Don't worry.
No pressure. I'm seeing a mix of people.
6, 7. All right.
Long and short. Yes. And I'm seeing lots of 3s hanging out with us today. I love it. Yeah, I'm not sure the plan yet, Tom. I'm kind of thinking maybe an inside bar break and then the reversal if it fails, or possibly the 5. I'm not sure yet about the 5-minute orb trade. I might take that as a scalp, like an inverse R&R. So yeah, I am feeling good about. We're up already 110 points ish. Maybe we go back and check out VWAP. It is possible. This is possible.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh, gold is skyrocketing, everybody. I'm not jumping in gold, just saying. I'm definitely not gonna do anything right now. This is going very fast. If you guys want to go long on gold, I told you 42.73 area could be a good target. Wait for a possible pullback if you cannot resist on gold. Just saying. But we all like gold, especially in jewelry, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I love 18 karat gold is my favorite.
18 karat gold. Okay.
In case anyone's wondering.
In case, everybody, now you know, 18 karat gold.
No, I love the 18 karat gold.
Every gold jewelry can be sent to MyFundedFutures headquarters. It will be given to Terry. Don't worry.
Thank you so much. Oh, Raphael's trade says 0 trade so far. Yes, exactly. Mr. Smith says, buy your own gold, Terry Trades. You are money bags now. Let's go. The power.
Yeah. This is amazing. Like she just, pulled that account up to almost 9K there. Like, that is amazing. I mean, she's smashing the markets. I don't know how she does it.
Smashing. Yes, I definitely have to slow down, right? In the funded. Once I'm in the funded.
You have to slow down. You have to slow down.
Yeah.
You know what? Don't slow down. Who am I to tell you? Never slow down.
No. I think that's smart. Smart advice, Tom. Yeah, it's actually a challenge for me to slow down once I'm in the sim funded, because I have developed some bad habits from smashing and passing, and so I don't recommend doing that. But yeah, I think like in the beginning, you're first learning how to pass an account, and then once you learn how to pass it, and then you're learning how to get your very first payout. Once you get your first payout, then you're learning how to get multiple payouts and to do it every single month, and then I'm at the stage where I'm like, okay, now I need to learn how to keep these accounts for longer. That's my goal. Yeah. And then I can be comfy in the live account, and that has its own challenges, right? Like there's different steps to this. Okay. Ooh, here we go. Market is already starting to come down a little bit. I am tempted.
Everybody buckle your seatbelts.
Okay. 25 seconds. Man. Do you see this this ledge that we have again, and this pothole? I don't know why I call it a pothole.
We are definitely having a pothole situation here, and oh my gosh, everybody hold the breath here.
Hold the breath. Here we go. 6 seconds, 5 seconds. I am tempted just to like hop in, but let's wait. Let's wait for that. Oh, here we go.
Nick is not here, so I can't wait. No, we're waiting. We're waiting. Don't worry, guys. Nick is coming back. But yeah, here we are. Market open. Wow. Okay.
Okay, it did tag below this 5-minute candle. I want to see it come below again. I'm going to put a sell stop right below here. This is 484. I'm going to drag it to 483. Hopefully we get it. So we need $120. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, wait, we got it. We got it. We passed. Woo!
W's, everybody in the chat. Terry just have her next funded account, a Big Daddy, Granddaddy account. Oh my gosh.
The 150K Pro account, which we get to give one away in the next hour to one of you guys. Let's go.
That's how it works, everybody. If you got to be committed, you got to have confidence, and then the rest is just super easy. Just execute the trade.
Do it. Just do it. Yeah. Here, so I did have the brackets on, automatic bracket, right? I was going to make one that would just take me out at 130, but anyways, I had the 200 take profit, 200 risk, so automatically it just throws those out, so you don't have to fumble around, which is great if you're a scalper, because less thinking is better, I feel like. So I was protected in that trade, and that helps me feel confident going into a trade. Like, okay, I already know what my max risk is. I just jump in and let's see. Hopefully it works.
Yeah, I mean, this was a really nice trade here, and we just swept a 5-minute fair value gap and some swing lows there. So I mean, I'm on the 5-minute chart right now, and I'm kind of watching this closely, trying to read some sort of a narrative here, like what could be the market looking for. So we swept some liquidity there on the 5-minute gap. Maybe, just maybe, logic would dictate, but obviously never look for logic in the markets. But we might see a possible continuation to that 542 level. Now, if we lose the 457 level, I'd be careful with the long positions. For now, I think we're in bullish territory still. So this was a perfect liquidity sweep from that fair value gap. So, yeah.
The market loves to do that. It just loves to take liquidity, it seems like.
Oh, yeah.
So,
that's
like,
the thing.
Yeah. So I've noticed you can have your price. You can have like the right idea. Like let's say I short at 500, for example, and the market might go higher, hit my stop before it goes lower to hit my theoretical take profit, right? Like, so you can have your idea right and like the price levels right, but your timing can just be off, which is frustrating, I think, for a lot of people. Yeah.
Well, yeah, go on.
Yeah, it just seems like it just loves to trap people and
it does, and
take that liquidity.
It's typically the situation which kind of triggers everybody. Now look at that. Like this was the perfect fake out move, and now we still have a little bit more than 1 minute on this 5-minute chart, but at times like this, because we still have like a 20 points range to that buy side, I feel like I need to jump in. I need to take this trade. But again, it's so dangerous because, in just a couple of seconds, it can jump up and down like 10 points. So, and this is the exact spot when you traders make the mistake by jumping in with 2, 3, 4, 5 minis, not micros, and that can wipe out so this is the kind of situation. And I'm saying this for those of you who are new in prop trading. Even if you're on your evaluation or funded account, this is the point where you can do some very bad mistakes. So stick with the micros, size down the position, because it's just jumping 5-10 points up and down here.
Yeah, Tom, Luke is in chat.
Oh yeah, awesome. Hello there.
Hi, Luke. MyFundedFutures just wrote Luke here. Hi everyone. Hi, Luke.
Okay, so super easy. We need more accounts. Thank you, Luke. I said it. There you go. Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry. I interrupted your thinking.
No, nothing. No, that's it. I mean, for now, I was thinking to jump into a long position to scalp it, but
yeah.
It's just too late. I think the train left the station anyway, so you guys don't chase it, please. But look at that, 542 is going to get tagged, I think, at least with the wick. So that's it.
Yeah, great analysis that you shared with us this morning, Tom.
Well,
you were looking at that level.
I was eyeballing with the devil. I do feel, gotta be honest with you guys, I do feel a bit of a FOMO there, but I'm perfectly okay. I'm fine with this because, as I said, this is such a dangerous territory. Like we are just 5 minutes away from the open, and very, very crazy things could happen at the first 5 to 10 minutes. You gotta be super careful. But yeah, we tagged the 542, and for now, well, 629 would be the fair value gap that I was pointing out higher. Now, how far is that actually? Hold on. Yeah, it's about 80 points. 80 points is nothing for NQ. Now, I'd say this: if we close at least a 5-minute candle higher than that 542, we could be looking for some continuation here. We could. I don't know, but waiting for a pullback maybe, and maybe something will happen. So
yeah. Oh yeah. Hello, teacher says Terry got funded on the show. Yes, Luke, in case you missed it, we needed about $122 to pass a 150K pro eval with MyFundedFutures, and we got it right at the open. So we passed it on stream. We have a new funded account.
That was a perfect trade, Terry. That was, smash and grab easy. So
let's go. Hey, Nick, you're back.
Yeah, no, that was weird. Wi-Fi was out, and then like the Wi-Fi went out first, and then the power went out. Usually it's power then Wi-Fi, but
I thought maybe a
No.
thunderstorm or something happening.
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe it's just market makers. Give out too
Yeah.
many secrets on the stream.
Like a punishment?
Yeah, a business as usual, right?
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
You passed
NQ.
the account, right?
I did.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We passed it. We got it.
Market is
Look at NQ, you guys. It is pushing hard. We're already at 25,600.
I do feel a bit of
Wow.
a FOMO. I must say, I do feel a bit of a FOMO. I was like, no, I mean, if I would have had to bet like on this one, I would have said like, okay, guys, we tagged 542. Now this should fall down. And it's not. But obviously, yeah, you remember we talked about that quantitative tightening. Like, I think the market is pretty much liking that. So it might have the effect right now. So who knows? It's an underestimated info. I think, anyway, no comments. I mean, we have someone from FO Fed member. I don't know who's going to be. Someone is going to have a speech at 10 a.m., I think.
Yes, exactly.
Maybe, yeah.
I think it's Bowman. Bowman is speaking at 10. And then also we have Trump speaking at 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
So could be regarding to that as well. So I would not be surprised on some more volatility, even though it's not a red folder news, but we could expect something I don't know if there's going to be journalists or not, or it's just going to be a speech or whatever, but we'll see. If someone can check it, that's awesome. But if not, maybe he will say something about this thing. It could be some more
it probably has
spikes.
a lot to do with it and the quantitative tightening and everything like that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, because they just released this
pump.
info. Yeah. Most likely. It should be, it should continue bullish. Like fundamentally, it's definitely, but for how long is going to last for today? 629 is the next level for liquidity, in my opinion. Honestly, I'm tempted. Maybe on an evaluation account, I can do it. Maybe on an eval. Why not?
Yeah.
I can go a little bit. I can go a little bit crazy on an eval. Why not? But I might have to risk a little bit more than usual. I don't know. I like to risk more on evals, and I like to go for a negative risk to reward if I'm scalping on this. So let me just.
You said negative risk to reward?
Well, if I'm scalping, I need to leave some space for the trade to play out. But I'm in a long position targeting 623. Don't ask me why 23. I just like the number. But the thing is, I want to get out before it reaching that fair value gap. My finger is on the close button here because obviously we can see some pullback to below 577. Okay, it's going. I'm closing it. I closed it. There you go. I closed it manually. This was a very quick move here on my end. I didn't even know how much I made there.
A quick scalp on the long side?
Yeah, it was just a quick scalp. I don't know, 100 and something bucks. I copy traded on 2 evaluation accounts, and that is it so far. But I'm okay. 629, guys. 629 is very close. So, and I don't like scalping in this environment. I mean, we're having this gap at 576. Any second, I'm serious about this. Any second, we can see a pullback below 577. It's going to pick up liquidity, and then who knows what's going to happen. So, yeah, look at that. Now it's happening. So I think I just closed it at the right second. I was a little bit lucky there, I must say. So, man, I don't like scalping so much. But again, I don't like scalping. But on the other side, it's so good to make money in just 10 seconds. Anyway, who knows?
MyFundedFutures said, chat, did you know QT officially ended yesterday? No, we didn't know. What does that mean? That means a quarter, right?
Quantitative tightening.
Yeah, that's what I quantitative tightening.
I was like, the quarter?
Yeah, exactly what I was mentioning earlier before the market opens. So yeah, that's going to be that should remain bullish for the day. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised depending on what this.
Jerry's starting to say, man.
What's
We're
that,
sitting here
Nick?
talking about quantitative tightening. She's like, "Oh, MyFundedFutures says QT is ending," and I'm like, "That's quantitative tightening."
Nick, I already started to search like MyFundedFutures FAQ page. QT, what is QT? Oh, then I know. But yeah. But I wouldn't be surprised if this is going to be one of those days. Who knows? Maybe we are going to smash through another 200 or 300 points on the upside there. Who knows?
So what I'm looking for right here is this to happen. So, well, that's not going to happen. I wanted to see a gap get put in here to the upside. And then on the next candle at 9:45, buy the retest of this breaker to target previous day high. Now that that's off the table now, I'm just going to go to the 15-minute and wait for a 15-minute gap to be put in on both NQ and ES to target higher prices. My main draw is previous day high on ES. There's also relative equal highs up there. So if you look at Monday, yesterday and Friday, got some relative equal highs up here because it's including that that Sunday open as a Monday high. So relatively equal up there. I just need some speed to get there, like some sort of confirmation as well. So like anything under the 1 minute, I don't really like it right now. But so I'm just gonna watch the 15-minute. There's a lot of points up there. There's another freaking 16 points or so. So on ES. So I'm gonna look to catch some longs, but we gotta get a pullback. Oh, we gotta get a move up first.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm gonna be looking for some longs as well. By the way, just saying.
Yeah. MyFundedFutures, Luke did say it is not immediate, but it tends to put bullish pressure on risk assets.
Yeah.
Trading on the long side.
Risk on, everybody. Risk on.
So you guys have a lot of fun while I was gone?
Oh,
we missed you. I typed in the backstage. I was like, I miss Nick.
I was like,
y'all behave.
I was just saying Nick is good. Don't worry, everybody. But
I gotta turn my chat back on. My whole Wi-Fi went off, so I turned my iPad. Yeah, I lost everything. It was weird. Tom was just like talking really fast when it was lagging. I'm like, whoa.
Whoa. We're so close to all-time highs again.
Good.
So I'm just saying, so chat, just to confirm this, we need 500 viewers minimum. That's the bare minimum, 500 viewers, okay, for once. And I don't understand what's happening. I'm really upset because I'm seeing currently 327 viewers and 94 likes. So if you guys, I mean, if you guys want to some magic to happen or something, I don't know. Obviously I can't speak on behalf of Luke or anyone, but still 94, we need that at least 250 at least, but the bare minimum is 200 as we go higher. So we need that 250-ish or 300 likes. So please, come on. It's super easy.
Our bounty's back? Luke, our bounty's back?
I really hope so.
Luke loves bounties, you guys. He loves them. Yes, he's a bounty hunter. Today they are. All right, let's go, you guys. Let's everyone go share the show. Let's get those likes up. 500
viewers, and the bare minimum is, I would say 200, but most likely, what do you guys think? How many likes do we need?
I think we need to get the 500 views. We gotta get 250 likes.
Yeah, 250 bare minimum.
Get the 500, or we can just do 500 viewers.
And this is just for our segment. The numbers are going to go higher. So now you guys are in the chat. This is like an easy task to do. So as the show goes on today, this is going to be higher and higher. But for now, we can do this. 500 viewers, 250 likes. Come on, easy.
Yes, that sounds good. It's a deal.
It's a deal. All right. So NQ pulling back down, picking up some liquidity on the 5-minute here. This is still not enough for me to jump in or do anything. So I'm just going to wait. Still, we have a lot of time until 10 a.m. So it's basically an eternity. My gut feeling, my intuition is telling me 629, it's screaming. I keep hearing voices in my head. I don't know what to do. But anyway, we're going. That's what's happening.
NQ, I mean, 5-minute. NQ looks better for sure. ES looks pretty choppy. ES starting to look like a sell. So I mean, I just want to see some speed on it. It's not having that right now, which is unfortunate because I think this is gonna go previous day high, so it needs to clear up. But what you could see me do too is trade in Q if we get a pullback into this 15-minute gap from here to here. If we get a pullback in here, trade that higher to whenever previous ES hits previous day high. I do that all the time. Or 2 or 3R.
That's cool.
I think it's pretty cool.
Go.
Tough situation, everybody, because now we're going into limp mode, going to sideways action right now. So, but you know, if you guys like to take a risk, then obviously controlled risk as always. Like a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. Actually, it's not that bad with a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. It's kind of tempting, but yeah, the problem with the sideways action is that it's going to have a liquidity sweep lower or higher, depending on, it doesn't really matter. It's going to have a liquidity sweep. So I can imagine this one going lower below 560, 550 even. So maybe take the liquidity from that 1 minute gap at 936. And then I hope that it will continue higher. I think that 629 is good. Anyway. Just saying.
Yeah, and Bowman speaks soon.
Oh, so, yeah.
Hopefully we'll get some movement. This is tricky because we're already up almost, 0.74% green. Will we see a sharp pullback or are we going to push higher right away?
I think ES can push lower, make an SMT at the lows. I think it can go lower. It's not very strong, I'll tell you that. So I think it could reach for like an hourly swing low and maybe this like 7 a.m. low again. And I wouldn't mind that because it left relative equal highs to target as well. So plus it's still early in the session. Like if this move was happening late, I'd be like, okay, I'm just gonna like come back tomorrow or later in the session. But
it does feel like ES wants to sweep that 68.41, I think.
68.41.
68.41 is that candle. Hold on. Yeah, that's the 930 candle. 68.41.25, I think, on the mini. Yeah, 68.41.25. It looks like it wants to sweep it. I mean, obviously, if it happens, well, it might try to pull down NQ a little bit more, but I'm not trading ES. It's just interesting to see what's happening here. Yeah.
Yeah, I am going to wait. This could potentially be a bull flag forming. I want to see what Bowman's going to say at 10. It is tempting to hop in short for this fill here on the volume profile. A single print on the 5-minute chart, but I'm going to wait because this open was so strong.
Oh yeah, it was. It looks like a bull flag though, but I'm just going to be curious about that ES situation. But yeah, it does look like a bull flag. I'm so tempted to jump in. But I'm not going to. I decided not to, but I really want to. Yeah. You know, cases, I mean, when you have a scenario like this, it's never a bad idea to have an extra evaluation account to put on the trade, maybe with 1 micro, 2 micros, just to see if your intuition is actually working or not. Or you can paper trade it, obviously. I always say, like, paper trading is good, demo trading is awesome. Yeah, you can practice a lot, but if you put just a little bit extra skin in the game, like on an evaluation account, you don't have to go full size. I mean, just go with micros. It's going to help you a lot on your journey because you feel that extra pressure that needs for your intuition to be developed correctly. But anyway, put some skin in the game and look at that. It just goes to 629. I'm going to have a FOMO problem here. What should I do?
Ooh. Market is pushing back towards those highs again. Yeah, the FOMO problem. Good thing we have Sean Sawyer on later in about 9 minutes, right?
Oh wow,
So,
he's coming
yeah.
on.
Help
That'd
us
be cool.
with the FOMO.
I'm gonna ask the phone. And by the way, guys, make sure if you have questions for Sean, because I think everybody wants to ask him a lot of things. I mean, he's absolutely a professional in the mindset game of trading. So make sure to have some
I'm
good
gonna be like,
questions.
save me, Sean. Save me.
Yeah, yeah.
I want a long list trade right now. I got FOMO. Like, what do I do?
I'm gonna ask him like, hey Sean, what to do with? I'm definitely what to do with FOMO, how to battle this, because I'm really curious.
Yeah.
I think it's that Grinch is getting a little bit closer. I think that's part.
I know it's moving. I don't know. It's like this small Chucky doll or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's getting closer every single day. Every time I look at your camera, I know
Yeah.
it's just a little bit closer.
Well,
How are we doing on the likes, everyone?
oh yeah, let's check it. Okay, ES went lower. I just got the alert. We took out the opening range. I mean, the opening candle low. So yeah, NQ is also following. Okay, this would be interesting.
What's that, Tom?
I mean, ES took out the 930 low, and so NQ is following for now. But like, yeah, just like Terry said, like we're gonna have this Fed member speaking soon, and so
What time they speak?
At 10 o'clock in
10
7
o'clock.
minutes.
Yeah.
So this is interesting. On the 5-minute chart, this bar is forming an outside bar. They can be very powerful in whatever direction it wants to go. It breaks. So the outside bar is when the high and the low are greater than the previous bar.
So
High and low. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Engulfing a little bit. Huh?
Engulfing.
Exactly. Engulfing.
Okay. So yeah,
I'm still going to wait though because of this flag pattern. But I do want to go
waiting
short.
for sure because like ES is running the low from 930. Like it just looks choppy to me. Like I want to see like a lot of like symmetry in the markets. I'm just not getting that right now. Plus, I want to see like what happens at 10 a.m. because this 15-minute candle is going to form. So if it makes a gap, I can use that gap when price trades into it to move higher. If it doesn't, and if it comes down to 25,515, it's not going to create a gap right there, which means it's going to like basically completely, engulf this candle almost. And with that, I'm like, oh, okay, like I don't want that to happen because I want to see higher prices. But this is also a level here. Like maybe it runs this 930 low, and then it creates a gap on NQ, pulls back into it, and then goes higher. So could just be creating like another SMT, but just gotta be patient. Like I don't see anything. I think unless you got long like a 930, I don't think you're missing much.
I did hop in short at what's my entry? 566. Pardon? Yeah, I switched. Okay. So this is another eval because I'm going for 3.
I was like, what are you doing?
And it's just happening, guys. Terry, she's not stopping. Unstoppable.
I'm working, right? I'm working like I think I can. Let's do this.
No, I mean I legitimately thought you were trading the same account you passed.
No. We already passed that one. I don't want to mess around, right?
I had done that before though.
Me too.
On accident, I passed it on like a setup, basically just trading the volatility. And then like later on, I see a setup and I take it again. It was only a couple of times though.
Yeah, same, Nick. And once we make those mistakes, we're like, okay, no, don't do that again.
Yeah, or if the profit target is like 9,000, you passed it, and then you took you're like, oh, I mean, risk 1,000 on fundeds, thinking you're trading your fundeds, and then you lose 1,000 on your eval, and you're like, oh man, I gotta go make it back. That's gotta be the work going. I guarantee you some people have done that in the chat.
Yeah.
Let's see. So yeah, a big confirmation for me will be a 15-minute close in here. I want to see a gap get put in right here, and then I want to see once it gets put in, just come into it, and then price to move away from this low on ES and then that gap on NQ. So, yeah,
I was thinking if we can invert the 1 minute fair value gap here, like a bullish inversion, then I'm just gonna jump into a scalp on an eval. That would be my idea. So there's a 1 minute gap. I'm looking for this. I'm looking for a price to close higher, and that would be my go-to signal. That I don't want to have the FOMO anymore. I had enough. But we'll see. For now, it's kind of like acting as resistance here, which is kind of cool. Yeah.
Yeah, all it takes is just one headline, someone to say something, and then the market can move like 200 points.
Oh, super easy. Yeah. So everybody, don't forget to smash the like and subscribe. And of course, we need 500 viewers ASAP. Just saying. All right. Thank you for your attention. It's just
also, if we look at gold here, gold has not closed above this hourly level here. So not really getting a, like a change of state of delivery or anything like that. But I still am bullish on it. It's just, it may just not close above it, which is fine. But yeah, gold's starting to look pretty good for sure. I'm gonna take off this freaking daily Sibby from 2 months ago. Kind of annoying me. Yeah, so anything I like this. For you guys are just kind of like maybe what I like to do also on passing evals is like if I'm like really, really close and I feel really, really good about high or low getting taken, I'll just take like a higher time frame trade for the day and let it play out. So like this could be an example of one, like say we closed above here, right? And then market, like you need like $500 to pass, and you want to risk like 250 or 350. You could get something like this because I think these highs are going to get ran, which is previous day high, and we're trading inside and moving away from a daily gap. So as soon as you get close above, you could just risk the small amount that you need to pass, and then just shoot for that that profit target, shoot for this high to finish it up, rather than like going in there. Well, the con would be, like you have to wait all day for it to play out. But if you're using the higher time frames, it's most likely to work out rather than going in here and scalping and like losing $100, then lose 200, lose 300, and then you're going to risk 300, and then you're down 600. You see what I mean? The less decisions you make will be the best. I think that's Sean will attest to that as well. So yeah, I'm gonna leave you all with that. I'm gonna tune into that as well on my YouTube here. So I'll let y'all go and y'all have fun.
Thanks,
thank you, Nick. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow.
Take it easy.
Bye. Let's welcome Sean to the show.
Hey there.
How are you guys?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Sorry, let me adjust here.
I must say it's an honor to finally meet you, and we have so many questions.
I'm ready for you. I appreciate that. It's good to meet you too. I was watching your stream a bit after I was on the last time. I definitely relate to your trading style a bit.
Oh, I mean, I'm just no, don't worry. I mean, Terry, she's the one. She's rocking the markets right now. But we had a TP right now. Everybody just saying. So yeah, Terry is smashing the markets. And by the way, I wanted to ask you about FOMO. I wanted to ask you about dealing with the red days. So, and obviously we instructed the chat to be prepared for some awesome questions. I think, by the way, we could have you on the show for hours and hours because I deeply relate to the fact that this is what trading is all about: psychology, mindset, and everything. So we can talk about strategies too, but that's not the point. And I think, that's just super important.
It's crazy how much time people spend staring at charts versus dealing with psychology. Everyone has kind of lip service towards, 80% of trading is psychology or 90% or whatever. Or half, doesn't matter. They sure as hell don't spend half that amount of time working on themselves or their responses to the market as they are, staring at charts and looking at the past. I mean, charts are just staring at your past and or staring at the past. And you need to be able to stare at your past and collect enough data on yourself. You've got a chart on you, so you know how you respond to certain things, and you can start to identify patterns in yourself and your behavior and stop doing the same old stuff.
Oh yeah.
MyFundedFutures just dropped a poll. What is more difficult in day trading, technical analysis or psychology? Psychology for sure.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Not even close.
Right? So many people struggle with red days, red trades, losing trades, and it's the winning takes care of itself. It's on the losing side that a lot of people struggle with. Yes. So Sean, what are some of your best tips? Kind of how do you handle it? I know we can spend an entire week talking about this topic easily.
For sure.
But yeah, just kind of give us an overview as far as how you explain things. How do you conceptualize like what happens to us when we start to lose?
Okay. Well, what happens to us when we start to lose depends on depends on our backgrounds to some degree. It depends on how much stress our nervous system has had in its life. And if it's been pushed or exhausted in certain ways that it shouldn't have been, then everything gets more complicated. But staying away from getting too complicated right away. It's funny. I saw the DM about people asking about why red days hurt more, or where was it? How do I control red days? And something else was a question. And to me, what stood out most was two things: is control is a fallacy. I mean, that's the wrong mindset. And the question itself is an outcome oriented question. It's not a process question at all. And that's what a lot of people go astray in the first place. Like that question it's a terrible question. It's not the question you want to ask yourself.
Say more about that. Okay.
No, I'm sorry.
Help me understand.
No.
We
want. Yeah.
What I mean is that
Sean,
understand.
Speak your mind. You're free to speak whatever you like about because we are just, we want to hear you for hours. I told you.
I apologize, and I'm just saying I didn't mean it was your bad question, and also wanted to say I've been very sick, so pardon me. But where was I?
You were saying that it's the wrong question to ask because it's not process oriented.
Not even close to process oriented. That even questions like how do you get rid of FOMO, which is also not that great of a question, because it's missing the point. Even when it has more process in it, is not always really going to get you the answers you want. Most people are looking downstream to solve problems, and you need to be looking upstream. I think most people, and I think a lot of traders, when they look at like healthcare and stuff, they think they're more into like preventative medicine, integrative medicine, and stuff to do ahead of time, before you're sick, and that is what trading psychology needs to be, and it's what trading psychology has failed everybody miserably. Is by not being close to that. It's too solution focused in terms of, afterwards, here's the problem, let's solve it. Well, how about doing things to reduce the probability of the problem happening? And
preventative care. Our trading preventative care.
It is. That's if you want to reduce the probability of tilt, you got to work on the things that happen when you tilt. And when people tilt, it is their nervous system. Their nervous system going offline. It's getting hypo or hyper aroused. Hyper is a lot of times would be, things like FOMO or chasing or revenge trading. Hypo is more like when you've been beat down a little bit and you're kind of dead, staring at the screen, frozen, numb, bored. Like hypo or hypo arousal is important to pay attention to. There's a lot of stuff you can find to pay attention to that will make a difference. But, that's a place to start, and having some kind of system to track the data. I use something called a trader state scale to help people understand what state they're in, where their nervous system is, so where the risk is involved, and like how to moderate and kind of get back into the flow, so to speak, versus like getting pulled off into the hypo or hypo arousal. basically trading like a chimp instead of a human, because that happens pretty quickly, as you know, once you're upset.
Oh yeah, it can
yeah.
go so fast, 0 to 100. All of
Yeah.
a sudden, all your accounts are blown. You're like, what just happened? Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
People, there's
oh,
a threat thing that happens that people don't pay that much attention to. And once then the threat kicks in, the threat response your body has to any threat, because money is a threat, losing money is a threat. And like once that happens and cortisol spikes and adrenaline comes in, the amygdala starts firing, and your prefrontal cortex is like, see ya. It just basically shuts off. You know, it is mindlessness. You're totally out of the moment. You're, you know, looking at through regret or through wishing off into the future. This is going to happen. This is going to happen. I should have done this. Look at this chart. It was so clear. Yeah, it was high insight. Congratulations. Really wasn't that clear. So,
and by the way, do you think like these emotions that are affecting our trading, these can be backtracked, like reverse engineering the process, like looking for the cause in our personal lives, or is it something that we can just work around the charts? Is there a way to separate the two things if that's the problem? Like, I know that obviously many things can happen in our personal lives that can relate on the charts. Is there a way to separate the two things, or do we have to start? No. Okay, there you go.
Integrate them. Integrate them. Don't try to separate them. Because look, that's another place trading psychology's failed miserably. A lot of it was created by people who were working with institutional traders, who were working with professionals, hedge fund guys, family firm guys, all that kind of stuff. And in that kind of world, you have some boundaries set up. You have it's like any other job. You know, it's easier to separate. You also have risk managers and things like that too, which are obviously a huge difference. But you need to acknowledge if there's problematic stuff going on in your life. You can't compartmentalize. It's a bit of an oversimplification to say you can't compartmentalize, but for now, I'll say you can't compartmentalize because it's, you know, what you suppress comes back stronger. And you know, if I have a list, you know, a pre-market checklist, and it's a psych checklist, but it's a macro, meso, micro checklist. And micro psych is what we mostly think of, like, you know, that's FOMO or excitement or greed or whatever. Meso is more like what's going on in your family, what's going on in your trading community, if you're part of one, or your FinTwit world, if you're letting, you know, that stuff's affecting things. And then, you know, macro is more big picture things, big life transitions, divorce, moving, you know, family life transitions, whatever. So yeah, I every morning look at a list of things and, you know, right down to like, how did I sleep? What did I eat this morning? Did I have enough water in the past couple of days? So because all those things, again, they start increasing the probability of tilt. So if you have a bunch of stuff that you have checked off this list, acknowledging the reality of your life because you bring the reality of your life to the market, then you can adjust accordingly. Like, oh shit, I got a lot on my plate. Maybe I ought to, you know, trade a few less contracts today. Maybe I need to not trade. How am I feeling? You know, trading's also it's very tempting to trade to forget other stuff too. So that's tricky. Does that answer your question?
Oh yeah, definitely. And you know, there's, as I said, there's so many things right next to this. So anyway, thank you. Yeah, definitely answers my question. And there's obviously, I think this is not a simple job to do. So I think it takes a lot of time for many traders. Yeah.
And you can adjust your lifestyle, you know, to it a little bit, but you know, you have to adjust it to your lifestyle. You got to make you first.
Understood. So yeah, eating healthy, you know, and obviously not just eating, sleeping, eating, and going to the gym maybe or whatever, but basically taking care of yourself is definitely super important.
Yeah, and you know, those things are obviously important, and you know, we have to understand what motivates us, because I work with plenty of guys that are, you know, shredded gym type guys whose discipline is terrible with trading, but for for eating, for working out, for whatever. And people, they're like, I don't understand why. It's like, well, you have different motivations for each one.
I just wanted to ask the same question. Like, do you see a correlation between those who are in the gym like 5 times at least a week or 7 days a week? Are they super disciplined and like good trainers?
No, not necessarily. Also? I mean,
Yeah.
frankly, they might be super vain. And vanity might be a motivator. And I'm not judging it, whatever.
Yeah.
Health might be a motivator. That's great. Obviously. I have selection bias here, but in my career, I also found that a lot of big, tough dudes that are chiseled had kind of shitty childhoods, and it's sort of a protective thing. But and like if that's the case, you got to deal with it. You're not gonna out muscle the market. You're not gonna out muscle your trading psychology. So
you can't. It makes it worse if you try.
I've
tried.
And you can be successful without those types of things. I mean, obviously, I'm not. Good. Thankfully, trades aren't delicious, right? You gotta. We all have our thing. You just need to understand yourself, understand where your vulnerabilities are, and the things that make you more probable to tilt, not what some popular trader, what makes him tilt or her tilt, because it's totally fucking irrelevant. That's the reverse engineering nonsense where it's like, oh, I did this and that, and I lost everything, and everyone's got the sob story they keep retweeting, which is weird. That stuff's bullshit. Like, I just distracted myself by getting into.
No problem.
And now I want to hear the story. What's bullshit again? I'm sorry.
Well, where was I? I've derailed myself. Anyone that knows me is struggling right now, like, oh, of course he did. What was the question you asked that I started to answer?
I mean, like those people who are 24/7 in the gym and disciplined about, are they also disciplined about trading? And can it be separated? That was the very first question, but you just said like it's not necessarily the situation. And by the way, anyway, just finish your thought if you want to. I have another great question. Very simple question. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah. I have a super simple question. I think we're asking this from each other every single day. Why is it so hard to walk away from the charts when you're down in the red? Why is it so hard? Because honestly with you, and let's just keep it a secret between us, this is the hardest part for me still until this day. The hardest thing for me in trading, it's not we can talk about many things, but the hardest for me is to walk away. It's so hard to just leave the charts and leave the room. Why is it so hard? Even though I had good results in the previous month or the previous month before that. And why do I need to justify myself that I need to stay at the charts? Why is it so hard to get up from my chair and just leave the room? It's just super simple. But I think that's a problem for everybody, because I have the same question every day from everybody in my community as well. So why is it so hard? What do you think? I don't know.
Well, first things first, Tom, tell me about your mother.
Oh, well, my mother. Okay, I'm going to tell. Okay,
so,
I'm going to tell.
No, I'm kidding. Sorry, go ahead.
No. She's really hard-headed. So she's really, while it's very hard to negotiate with her because she wants everything to be done by her way. So anyway, she's very hard to deal with.
You've been second fiddle for a long time. You've had needs put before yours. You've had expectations perpetrated on you. They've probably had an impact on your nervous system, and they make it harder to accept the red. And that's the answer to your question. In general, is acceptance. But for you and me and Terry and anybody else, the reasons we don't accept and we keep doing this stupid shit when we're red is whatever is built up, the reason for us not to accept. And for you, it's going to be you're probably a perfectionist, I assume. Your space is like so perfect and linear.
Well, that's what you see on the camera. You should see the other stuff.
Okay, well, there's another story then. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And non-acceptance is going to be a really important thing for every trader to think about a lot. Because, what is chasing? It's not accepting that you missed the move. FOMO is not accepting that you missed the move. Revenge trading is not accepting some outcome, so you're trying to make up for it. A lot of stuff can be connected to that. It's tough speaking super generally, but your past history has got a lot to do with your relationship with red, your relationship with failure, or what you're deeming failure. I think it's also losing sight of the forest for the trees. It's getting this outcome focus. Outcome defines me. I'm good if I'm green. I'm bad if I'm red. I think one of the most important things is, I know for myself, a really important milestone, and it's funny, I was just talking to someone this morning about trading milestones, is what I call the good red day. When you can have a red day and feel good about your trading, you've hit something significant, and you need to reflect on that and ask yourself how you've gotten to that, because it takes a lot of acceptance. It's accepting what the market is and is not. It's not letting the market define you, or whether you're red or not define you, because it's absurd to think you should be green every day, or making $1 bazillion every day. And taking a step back and looking at that bigger picture can be very helpful.
Yeah.
Ooh,
very wise words. This is deep. Yeah.
So good. So improving our trading by looking inward. It's so important.
Oh my God. Yeah. There's a certain point when, not saying you can the market, because I still learn. I've been 8 years now trading, I think, and I'm still learning stuff all the time. But there is a point when it's way more about psychology. I mean, a few years in, I don't think you should really do much with trade psych that's like one-on-one until you've traded a couple of years. There's some things you can do group-wise or education-wise to help, but because the first couple of years you don't even know what you don't know. You're not necessarily making mistakes because of psych. You're making mistakes because you're a noob, and like all that process has got to work itself out a little bit, in my opinion.
Yeah. That 100%. And yeah, I'm just looking for some questions here in the chat, because I see we have quite a few questions. Go on, Terry.
Yeah, I have an idea. So we have a 150K pro eval account to give away from MyFundedFutures. And I'm thinking maybe Sean, because you're our special guest, would you like to help give away the account to one lucky person in our chat today?
Sure.
So I have an idea. How about everyone ask Sean questions, and then Sean, if you want to pick out a few questions, and then out of that you'll pick a winner.
How do I see chat?
Oh yeah, if you pull up YouTube on a separate
I gotta look at YouTube. Okay.
Browser, yes, and then you have to mute it, otherwise we'll get feedback.
All right.
Yeah. Just open YouTube, and we have a couple of questions. I was scrolling through the chat, and yeah, I know everybody has questions, and obviously that's why I said we could be, and I would love to be here for days to speak all about. I mean, this is a lot of information, and yeah.
Yes, Sean will definitely have to come back. We would love to have you on. We still have 10 minutes left of our segment, and we're already like, Sean, when are you coming back? Thank you. While Sean is pulling up his YouTube so that he can pick out the questions from y'all, so that someone can win that 150K pro account from MyFundedFutures, I will plug some of his socials here. So yeah, you can go and follow Sean on X, and his handle is at Sean Sawyer.
No, it's Sean Sound Psych.
Yes, got it. Yeah. Sean Sound Psych on X. And then he also has a really great website for his business. It's called soundperformancepsychology.com. And we will make sure we drop that into the link in chat so you guys can check it out. Last time I saw you were doing groups, right, Sean? Like to help traders?
I do workshops every month.
That's awesome.
We just finished week 2 yesterday.
Whoa. Oh, nice. That's nice.
When are you starting? When are you starting another group?
The next one we start January 5th. Gonna wait till the new year. So good time. You want to do things differently in 2026. come on by. We can figure something out. But so what do you guys want me to do? How am I picking? I've got chat finally. I boomered it. It's up.
Awesome. Okay, so we will ask everyone to ask Sean some questions. And then if you want to pick out a few to answer, and then pick out a winner out of the ones that you have selected to answer.
Yeah, basically you can decide the way you want to. It's up to you. No pressure. If you just like a question or someone's comment, it's up to you. Whatever you like. Yeah.
Yes. You're the special guest.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Take it away, Sean.
I'm just trying to, man, these questions are flying through here.
Oh yeah, it's impossible to keep on track with this. This is so many.
One tip is to grab the slide bar, the cursor, and then that slows it down. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
How do you control revenge trading after a loss? There are a lot of good questions. Why do you think people have great discipline and then throw it all away, even though they know what they're doing is destructive behavior? Ooh, so many good questions.
Oh my gosh.
Which one of those do you guys want to go with?
Revenge trading is a common one.
Oh yeah, that is always.
The question itself is a bit of a downstream question again, and that's one of the problems. Say the question again. How do I stop?
Shoot, I missed it. Can you tag us?
I think it was something like, what do you do about revenge trading? And you do something about revenge trading most likely the day before you revenge trade it, is really the answer. And that's what people are missing, and where TradePsych is just failing people miserably, because it hasn't addressed the retail trader. The independent trader is probably a better term. But you don't revenge trade by working on the reasons you revenge trade, obviously, but why does it matter? What meaning do you make out of your losses that motivates you to do something against your best interest? You know damn well a revenge trade is a bad idea. And most of us know we're doing it. A lot of times we know it as we're doing it, but we kind of have the buckets at that point.
We don't care. You're right. It's like, I don't care. I'm going to put on, however
it's many. It's a dorsal vagal. That's a shutdown. So you're kind of dissociated. You're kind of in a freeze. There's fight, flight, and there's freeze. That's a freeze state. So people will freeze, and they're kind of numbed out or whatever. And then it might kind of sneak up on you. And again, you have to be skilled at assessing your state. What state am I in? I use this scale that comes out -5 to +5 because feeling too good is just as much of a problem, right?
Mm-hmm.
So on that scale, you kind of rank yourself by emotions, by physical sensations, you understand what's going on. And then, if you're outside of the range, you don't trade, or you work on, you have some skills that are designed to get people back in the range as quick as possible. And you stop trading until you're back in the range. And that's the kind of thing that'll help revenge trading, because you're regulating, you're actually paying attention to process. You're making your process into data. We're supposed to love data, right? We're all these trading nerds. Why don't you have a chart on yourself? Where's your chart? Why aren't you studying that, MFer? I mean, that's the thing that's going to make you money. Now I got the other screen in front of me, and it's 10 seconds behind. It's blowing my mind. Okay. So, that's the type of thing. And again, just for that person, what meaning do you make out of revenge that is more important than why you trade? There's a reason you trade. There's a reason you're watching the channel right now. There's a reason you're asking a trading psychology guy the question. Those things are probably all your values, or related to your values. So take a look at that, because those values and your behavior are probably out of sync. And when you don't act in service of your values, you probably make something up about yourself, like I'm a piece of shit, or I'm a bad person, or I'm a bad Christian, or I'm a bad whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And you seek revenge to seek resolution.
Mm-hmm.
And not gonna happen.
It's so deep. You're having us look inside ourselves.
You gotta do it, people. You're not gonna get profitable if you don't. I'm very biased, obviously, but you gotta do it, people. It's it's tough to do. It's uncomfortable, but also a lot of tough guy traders out there.
Yeah, so it gives me the impression that like we all have the same not the same, but practically the same questions every day, like what to do against reentry, what to do against FOMO. So we have the regular questions, but the answer is not a simple answer. And just like as you were asking about me, like I just want to say, like guys, it seems like it's so subjective. There's no universal. There are some universal answers, but the real answer is going to be when you look into yourself, that's where you find the answer.
That's correct. And this is going to, I apologize ahead of time for the plug. This is going to sound like, or is maybe, I don't know. But I've spent a lot of time in my trading psychology career, because I traded for a couple of years before I really even thought much about trading psychology, ironically. And I just completely love. What would say your question again?
I'm just saying, like everybody's looking for should look for the real answer. You look inside, that's it. Yeah.
And blame how sick I've been. I have been crushed.
Don't worry about it. It's absolutely cool.
Thank you for coming on, even though you're sick.
Pleasure. Like I love this kind of stuff. It's good, and I'm we got to promote trading psychology. It's so slept on, and mostly because of just crap trading psychology that's out there by not professionals. But so you're right that it's very difficult to have universally applicable trading psychology, but you can if you focus on the nervous system. Mm-hmm. And I can teach people how to assess data from their nervous system. I can teach people the biggest tripwires from the nervous system, which is like your child. Like I made the crack about tell me about your mom. Like that is the stuff. If you're making repeated mistakes and you know damn well you're doing it, and why, like you just can't stop. That's because there's some deeper issue tied to it. So that's where it stops being universal. But what you can do is, like what I do is I give people these assessments and I give them a route to go to read about this stuff and collect as much information as they can about how these issues manifest, and then use the skills I'm teaching in the workshop for that stuff, even if I don't know what it is, because it's not one-on-one work. So when you're paying attention to your nervous system, when you're managing it, when you're using skills to regulate, and when you're spending time at the end of the day to integrate it all, that's a huge thing. I know we're running out of time, so if you don't spend time at the end of the day to integrate what happened, a lot of times people only focus on good or bad, or they focus on extremes and then they study it. Those are outliers. You need the chunk of crap in the middle to study. Yeah. And if we're not paying attention to that, we're going to miss a lot of what's going on. So the stuff that's universally applicable is out there, but it's going to be only a certain set of information. And what I kind of set out to do is teach people the most universal stuff, because what it'll do is expose your strengths and weaknesses. Because once you're trading with a more regulated nervous system and you still suck, it's a skill deficit. And when you're trading with a regulated nervous system and you're trading better, congratulations. And now you can apply more skill more consistently and hopefully make some more money consistently, but ideally follow your process consistently, because that's what's going to lead to the money.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so good, Sean. Thank you so much for coming. I know we still have that account. You can't go yet.
I could listen to you for hours, man. I really do.
I know, definitely. So I'm going to go back.
Thank you very much.
After our segment is over, I'm going to go back and capture a bunch of your guys' questions, because you guys asked so many good questions. Yeah. So Sean, you still have someone to pick, anyone you'd like to pick to win that 150K account? Yeah. You're picking one of our amazing community members to win a 150K pro account. You can pick it based on the question that they asked or anything, anyway. You're the special guest.
Loving Nature Guy is getting it. 007. Loving Nature Guy. 007.
Loving Nature Guy. Okay, woo! I'm seeing. Nice.
Congratulations. Everyone. Congrats. W for Sean. Thank you so much for coming. I know you're sick, and you didn't have to come when you're sick. And so we so appreciate
I
you,
was
Sean.
going to be trading anyways. I'm not that sick, so.
I really enjoyed listening to you, and it was really a privilege to talk to you. So I hope to see you soon as
really
possible.
good to meet you finally. And I'd love to come back, let me know what you guys want to do and go from there. Get some interventional trading psychology going instead of all this downstream stuff that is a little too late.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Sounds great. Thank you so much, Sean. We will see you soon.
Take care.
Thank you, Sean. See you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey, good morning, chat. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Or good day, depending on where you're from. How's everybody doing today? Just going to take a moment to welcome everybody into my segment, and then we'll get into some of the information here. Thank you for the morning hosts and their time. Their time is greatly appreciated. Let's see who we have here today. Hey, good morning, Melvin. Good morning, Billy. Zach, what's up? Son of Wall Street, good morning. Morty, good morning. Bob, good morning. Trend is your friend, good morning. Jamie, good morning. Bilo, good morning. Insane Akili, good morning. Elsie, good morning. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. How's everybody doing today? I'm going to hop into some analysis for the assets that we've been watching. I'm going to update the weekly outlooks that we had from yesterday's session. We'll go through all of our assets, and then we'll take a look at the trade I had there on ES this morning. Let's finish with ES and NQ because that's where the trade happened. So let's hop over here to Euro. Okay, here on the Euro chart, we were looking for higher prices. This was the reason why. An area of resistance being turned into support. Once that turned into support, we were looking to target the equal highs above as a target on the week. So we had a decent move there yesterday during Monday, but closed a little indecisive. The bias still remains the same. I'm still going to look for higher prices there on Euro. Dixie's just going to be inversely correlated to that. Essentially the same analysis, but once again, it is inversely correlated. So I'm looking at this area of support. Once it got invalidated and turned into resistance, I then started looking for lower prices to here. Okay, so a little indecision in yesterday's close. We'll see if they want to continue that move lower to all these equal lows. All right. Oil's having a tough time here this week. I was looking for lower prices, but so far it's only gone higher. So this bias looks like it may be incorrect, whereas Dixie and Euro still have a chance of playing out. NQ and ES, we were looking for higher prices. Very simple analysis here. We were looking at this bullish FEG to be an area of support for higher prices. So we got supported from yesterday's daily candle. We have some equal highs resting above. So we got a beautiful move here this morning, and we're going to dive into those lower time frames to take a look at it. But if you're here from yesterday's stream, you would have seen this move coming because we were looking for higher prices, thinking that this was going to be an area of support. It got supported very nicely, and now we're starting to move higher. As you can see, previous day high was taken out, and they overshot it by close to 100 points there. So now let's go into some of the lower time frames to understand how to execute that bias. I look to focus on New York Open. Okay, so at New York Open, you can see that price was tapping into another bullish FEG, this time on the hourly chart. After it tapped into the bullish FEG, showing that it was getting supported, you could have looked for higher prices there at the open. Getting down to an entry function time frame, you can see heading into the open, we had this breaker block plus FEG. So swing low, swing high, new low, new high. This would be a breaker in here. And you have multiple FEGs aligned with it, right? FEG, FEG. So you got a breaker block plus an FEG. If you took this long heading into New York Open, you would have gotten paid very nicely. This thing goes much more than 2R, right? Because if we're entering at the beginning of the breaker with a stop at the low, this thing runs up to about, wow, 5R. Geez. So beautiful position there on NQ. It was unfortunate for me. So this is a great example. So let's hop over here to ES now. This is an unfortunate for me because there was no SMT. There was no decision in terms of which one would be stronger to take the long position on. So I had the entry on ES. It is the same exact analysis, right? Here's the breaker here. Here's the breaker here. So you can see the entry here at 9:30, right? I like to focus 9:30 to 11:30. But look at the difference here in strength. Right? So I've told you many times, I'll continue to keep saying it. I would rather take -1R or +2R. Okay? Those are the decisions I've made for my risk management. We got an entry. It went close to +2R. It only went 1.77, so I didn't get a take profit before it went to the stop loss. So this is a good example of understanding that you can get the bias correct, you can get the move correct, but the strength after the entry held me back from getting a take profit, whereas NQ did get the take profit. That's the unforeseen thing that you can't see if there's no SMT available, right? We use SMT to understand strength or weakness in the marketplace. There was no SMT showing this morning. So determining which one's going to be stronger beforehand, it's not available. NQ did a great job going more than 2R. So a lot of people in the community were able to get the W because they executed on NQ, whereas I executed on ES. So two greatly different results, but the information remains the same, right? You can only control what you're capable of controlling, which is your process, your everything that you do leading up to the position and your risk management, right? So I fully accepted that this was less than $500. It was one contract of ES entering at the beginning of the breaker to the stop loss. It was only 7.5 points, so it's less than $500. You got to accept the risk before the risk is taken, because once the risk is taken, you don't know what's going to happen after that. Nobody has a crystal ball, right? You can't sit there beforehand saying, oh yeah, NQ is going to go much further than 2R compared to ES, especially when there's no SMT available, right? So completely okay. Great loss is where I'm going with this. I would take this trade 10 times out of 10 times because I've followed my system. On top of following my system, I've also managed my risk. Additionally, I've documented it. I reviewed it both in live stream and via text. So it's completely journaled. And I'll be able to learn from it at another point in time. So great experience overall. Risk has been managed. And now you'll see that the discipline in the emotional control is why I won't tilt, right? I don't care that this was a loss. Okay, if you're too stuck on the outcome of a trade that it induces some kind of emotion that's going to ruin the rest of your business, then I highly suggest you to take a look into your attachment to the outcome of this trade. You got to completely detach your feelings from the outcome of the trade. Okay, so we'll see where they want to go from here. The other thing that I want to mention too is that, give me a second. I just noticed it went blurry here. I am having a storm where I'm currently located, so I'm not sure if it's my camera or my connection. Sorry for the blur, chat. I'm just recognizing now. I don't know if it might be the connection, to be honest. Having a storm at my house. Okay, it might have cleared up there. All right, that might have done it. Last thing that I was trying to wrap up with was yesterday's trade was a win, right? So net results on the week are still green. I don't want to allow the overall results on the week to then become red just because of one loss. This is a great example showing you of the 50% win rate. There was one win to start the week. There's one loss to end the week. Now, I don't want to dig that hole any deeper. I'd rather just stay green at this point. So it doesn't matter what it does now, right? Like, even if it wants to go and take profit now, oh well, so be it. Right? I'm more interested in focusing on my plan. All right. So I am curious to see if they go to take profit. So we'll sit here and watch it for a little bit as I get back over to chat to see if there was any questions regarding any of that analysis. I do have some good news. It looks like, let's take a look. I do have a 150K pro account to hand out at some point in the stream. If you want to help your friends, if you want to help your family members out, share the link to the stream. Put the links in your communities. That way they get a chance at the giveaway as well. We'll do the giveaway in a few minutes. I want to hop over to chat to see if there was any questions about that analysis. Hi, Ash. Any practical tips on improving trading mindset? Yeah, gain more conviction through experience. The more times you show up and conduct your business, the more times you will get hands-on experience, and that is where you're going to learn the most. Ash, what has been your biggest win ever? That was marrying my wife. That was the best thing I've done so far. Good unicorn try, Ash. The model plays and the L is nothing. Yeah, the unicorn worked out beautifully on NQ. It was just unfortunate that I took the weaker pair this morning. Right? NQ ran way past 2R. ES did not. So ES is clearly being the weaker pair today. That's something I can't control when there is no SMT shown. So any questions, any information, feel free to throw it in chat. We're looking at a long position. Unfortunately, mine got stopped out, but we're seeing if it still wants to run to 2R. Ash, once my daily target got hit, I take unnecessary extra days and then all my profit gone. That's just a simple decision. Clearly, you're too influenced by your emotions, right? If you've hit your daily target, why are you pressing any more buttons? Right? Like, you must be in a rush to get to some kind of imaginary number that you've set upon yourself, which is inducing some kind of bad actions, right? Like, if you're green, it's a very simple decision to stay green. Is it bad to trade the weaker pair this is exactly what got me stopped out this morning. I traded the weaker pair. So is it bad? If you think a loss is bad, then okay, but it's just another data point is what I would call it, right? And the data point here was NQ was stronger. So the position I looked at played out perfectly on NQ, whereas it did not play out perfectly on ES. So I don't call that bad or good. I think that's a data point. Which affected your abilities as a trader, technical analysis, or dealing with psychology? Absolutely psychology, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Everybody's unique to their own situation. Some people are capable of being more objective than others. If you're not capable of being objective, then emotions and thoughts and actions can really ruin your executions in this business. Ash, what was the lesson or moment that helped you get over the hump from being break even to profitable? Was that mental intelligence? Was having discipline in my risk management? When I stopped tilting, when I stopped self-sabotaging my own results, right? If you know that trading more than 3 times in one day is going to send you into a tilt, then stop doing that, right? Just look at your results. If that has not gotten you a favorable result in the past, then you need to change something. What concepts your trade, Ash? Can you explain? Yep. So I'll do another top-down analysis, but I did one there in the beginning of the stream as well. Here's the entire process right here. Get ready. It starts with getting a bias on the daily chart. On the daily chart, I'm looking at swing highs, swing lows, or FVGs. Okay. Seeing that yesterday, price tapped into a bullish FVG. That gave me a bullish bias. Additionally, there's equal highs resting above here, right here, equal highs. That is one of your best draws on liquidity, so a target. Okay, so this area was providing support for higher prices, and that's why I was looking for a long position. Okay. Once I understood that I was looking for a long position, at New York Open, I was looking for a higher time frame level to execute from. Those levels are the same thing that I just mentioned, FVGs or swing points. So on the hourly chart now, you can see that there's a bullish FVG that price is finding support from heading into New York Open. That's the last portion of this conversation, is that then during New York Open, I look for a breaker plus a fair value gap, and you can see that here. So on a lower time frame, now I have a bullish breaker and a fair value gap that overlaps it. So here's the breaker here. You can see the gap here. You can see the gap here. Okay, so then last portion of the conversation is looking to execute at New York Open. So right here's 930 here. So if you entered at 930 at the beginning of the breaker, with a stop at the low, aiming for 2R, you were given 2R almost instantaneously. Okay, so that's the top-down analysis of how the trade played out. The issue I had this morning was when I was sitting here at 930, I was looking at ES. So I did the same exact thing over here on ES, but ES decided to go into profit once, then go into drawdown once, go into profit twice, then go to stop loss before it went to take profit. There's nothing I can do about that. There was no SMT on the screen to show that NQ was going to be the stronger pair and go right to the take profit. So it's just an unfortunate event of picking the weaker pair, right? So ES acted as the weaker pair this morning. That's why it had consolidated all New York Open before expanding higher. So I got taken out here for a little less than $500. So that puts me at 1 win on the week, 1 loss on the week. So 50-50, a 50% win rate is where I've been in the live account for quite some time. It's completely normal to have a 50% win rate, and at a 1 to 2 risk to reward, a 50% win rate is going to make you profitable. So completely okay with having 1 win this week and 1 loss. We are still green on the week, so I'm most likely going to wrap up my executions for the week, seeing that I already took 2 trades, and I would like to stay green on the week. So there's a second top-down analysis of the position for the people that are just joining now. One more time, we are going to do a giveaway. So we're going to do a giveaway for a 150K Pro account. So do your friends, do your family a favor, share the link to the stream in your communities. That way they can get a chance at the giveaway as well. We'll do that here shortly. If you see your setup, if you see your A+ setup later in the week, would you take it or stay disciplined? Risk management is more important than anything that's shown on the chart. It doesn't matter if it's A+, B+, C+, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's a glowing diamond that has gold around it, right? Risk management is more important than that. What is the most crucial thing you implemented discipline-wise that tied everything together? You can use softwares to lock yourself out of applications, right? So what is the thing? You're saying the actual thing that was implemented. It was force closing all these apps, ensuring the fact that after I take my risk, no more risk can be taken. Right? You can put processes in place to ensure the fact that you won't tilt. Right? Therefore, making risk management your #1 priority. Ash, do you think longs will be valid on the 1-minute chart? Not above old swing highs. When I look for longs, I would want to be looking for longs below old swing lows or inside bullish fair value gaps. So the time that I would have been looking for a long here would have been down here. The 15-minute chart is aligned with the 1-minute chart. So seeing that there's a 15-minute swing low right here, I would have wanted to look for a long below the swing low. And what do you see here? Right? A bullish breaker. Look at this right here. Swing low, swing high, new low, new high. There's your 1-minute bullish breaker right here. So now this is also even the model that I trade, right? So over here is where I would have wanted to. I don't want to be in longs above swing highs. Swing highs are targets. Look at all these equal highs right here. That would be the target for the long, not the enter, not the location to enter. See, like this. So Ash, you particularly do this top-down analysis daily, right? Yes, every day that I head into New York Open, I am doing a top-down analysis, preparing a game plan for my session. I'm always defining the justifications to my actions. That's how I know what I'm looking for. Yeah, I really do think it is my connection. I think my camera's going again. There we go. Getting quite the bad storm today. All right, chat. Is it time to do the giveaway? Should we do the giveaway? Let's see. Throw a bunch of W's in chat if you think we should do the giveaway. Is it finally time to do the giveaway? Let's see how many W's we get first. All right, deal. It does look like it's time. All right, I'm making sure that I get to the live chat so every single person could participate. All right, and I'm just going to ask for an extremely valuable question regarding trading. Okay? Throw an extremely valuable question regarding trading into chat, and in a couple minutes, I'll give you guys time to ask. I'll go through a bunch of the questions, and I'll pick the best question, and then that'll be the winner of the giveaway. So I'll give you all some time to throw some questions in the chat. I'll read them over after that. As we're waiting and watching, I'll give an updated analysis of NQ and ES as well. That way we can see what we're looking at for the rest of today. This is my overall target here. It's from the daily chart. So I'm going to point it out again. The daily equal highs right here. Whether that happens today or tomorrow, that is my overall target currently. Looking at the 15-minute chart, it does look like we can see continuation. If you take a look at this here, we have a 15-minute gap. Price got supported from the gap. And when we were at that gap, we got bullish SMT here, right? You can see that ES ran below that low. So the 930 candle. ES ran below the 930 candle, whereas NQ did not run below the 930 candle. This looks like bullish SMT here. NQ being the stronger pair at an area of support. So it does look like we can still get higher prices today. Seeing the target, that would be a huge move. I don't think we'll see the target today, but I am looking for higher prices until price proves otherwise. So we'll see if the PM session has some continuation for us. And now I'm going to head back over to chat. Let's find a winner for the giveaway. We're doing a giveaway right now. If you didn't hear the first time, we're going to do a very valuable question in chat. I'm about to start reading through all the questions. So anything trading related, throw a question in chat. I'm about to pick one for the winner of the giveaway. Let's see what we got here, chat. If you put multiple questions in chat, that's not going to help. Just looking for one question here. And let's take a look. It's taking me a minute, chat. There are a lot of questions. Give me some time here. I'm reading through the questions. Some phenomenal questions. Thank you, chat. Still reading through them. All right. Let's see here. Let me type this out and write down the winner. Give me a second. All right. So we have Amy Davis, 8263, asking, what are the top things you would tell a newbie to focus on? Okay, so Amy Davis, 8263, is going to be the winner of the 150K Pro account. They're asking, what are the top things you would tell a newbie to focus on? If I could go back to day one, knowing what I know now, the very first thing that I would tell myself is risk management is the #1 priority. So risk management in your day-to-day life, risk management in your business, risk management in execution, the whole nine. So I've said this hundreds of times. I'm going to continue to keep saying it. Multiple sources of income is the best way forward. Okay, so your main source of income should cover all of your bills, keep your family safe, keep food in the fridge, then go get a side hustle. The side hustle is going to be the funds that you can start this business. Just work more for more income. That way you can produce for yourself and your family and not risk their well-being during that time. That's why you get that side hustle. The side hustle could be the funds to start this trading business, because if you lose those funds, it doesn't matter because your family is still safe and sound, right? But it does take money to make money. So you will absolutely need to work no matter how you set it up, because you need to purchase the evaluation or you need to fund the account. You need money to make money in this business. So no matter what, you're going to need that job. But once you do, then start trying to develop the trading business. And then the risk management conversation goes into, right, controlling your risk on the chart. So first is your personal finances, then comes your risk on the chart. On the chart, you need to collect enough data to see how you best operate. So it might take some time, right? Everybody is not the same exact person. We are all unique to our own experiences. So just because I take 1 to 2 trades a week doesn't mean that's what works best for you, but that's the data that you need to collect so that you understand how to operate on this chart. You need to figure out when you tilt. You need to figure out when you have fear of missing out. You need to figure out when you start chasing, and you do that by going through the experience. But once you get that data, that's when you set those limits upon yourself. And that's when you say, okay, I can only take 1 trade a day maximum. Okay. So there's the finances first, then there's the risk on the chart, and then it's your ability to control your expenses and your income. Then it's like the back end finances of your trading business. You got to make sure that you're tracking everything so you understand what is going out and what is coming in to actually see if you're actually profitable. You need to know if your business is working for you. Okay, so the overall answer is risk management. That's the first thing that I would tell myself if I was starting all over again today. Okay. Then probably the second thing is that this business is 80% mental and 20% chart. You have to understand that it's going to be a battle at all times. You're going to learn a lot about yourself when you're going through that experience, and you need to be able to control those thoughts, those actions. Having some realistic expectations is a good way of doing that. Okay, instead of feeling rushed, instead of having such a large goal that needs to happen now, deal with some delayed gratification, have some patience, have some discipline in your consistency to make sure that you're gaining experience every single day. Those are probably the 2 most important things that I would tell myself if I was starting from the very beginning again. So very good question. Amy Davis, 8263. We'll reach out for that giveaway account. I really appreciate all the people that are asking questions in chat. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your participation. We're going to keep providing value every single chance we can. So I love doing some predictions as well. I want to see where chat stands. Type a 1 in chat if you think that the bulls are not done today. Type a 2 in chat if you think it's time for the bears to step in. So are we going to continue to get higher prices today? Type 1 if you think we are. If you think it's time for the bears to step in, then type 2 and we'll see if the bulls are done. What do you guys think? What does chat think? Are the bulls still here, or is it time for the bears to step in? Pretty 50-50 so far. Okay. Couple bulls, couple bears. Okay. Okay. So for anybody just now joining, we'll do one more top-down analysis of the position that I had today so everybody can see the information. Due to the daily chart finding support at a bullish FEG, I was looking for higher prices this morning. You can see it here. Yesterday, we swept previous day low into a bullish FEG. Had a nice reaction to it. For that reason, I was looking for higher prices today. We also have equal highs resting above as a target. Okay, so this was the reason why I was looking for higher prices. When I look for higher prices, I do that at New York Open. I want to be executing at a higher time frame level. Here's an hourly FEG that we tapped into. Here's the higher time frame level that I'm mentioning. Then heading into New York Open, we had a bullish breaker here. We could use that as an entry location with a fair value gap. 930 rockets higher there. Or you could use the same exact analysis and look at this as a breakout, right? I spoke about this before. It's a very small downtrend that occurs in here. You get a very clean breakout. Look at the area that it broke out from. See if it then becomes support for higher prices. And then I love using different terminology because we're all staring at the same thing. You can say the same exact thing about the EMAs, right? If you thought you were going to be in a bullish trend, the 55, which is your longer term trend, should be an area of support for continuation of the trend. And look at what has happened every single time we've came back to an area of support. We've gone higher from it. So I love to provide the different terminology because the fact of the matter is we're all staring at the same information. It doesn't matter what you call it. The bulls had multiple opportunities today. We have been trending higher this morning, so the bias was correct. The only unfortunate part is that I executed on the weaker pair. So you can see that ES is having a harder time going higher because it's acting as the weaker pair. So since there was no SMT available this morning at New York Open, there was no insight to which one would be the stronger or weaker pair. So it's an unfortunate stop loss there, but risk has been managed, right? I'm very happy with the amount that has been lost. I followed the process. You have not seen me overtrade, right? I haven't entered any other trade. So I'm very happy with the risk management. So if you have any questions about that, I got another about 15 minutes on here with you all before the next hosts show up. Throw any questions or information in the chat, anything to do with this trading business, and we can go over them. are those moving averages? Yes, these are exponential moving averages. Very simple way to understand trend. Okay, so the 9 EMA is your shorter term trend. The 21 EMA is your area of support or resistance. The 55 EMA is your longer term trend. Right? So the bullish trend has found support at the trend line multiple times. Right? So you don't always need all this fancy terminology. You could just be looking for longs at a trend line because you're bullish. It would have been very nice this morning. Ash, I see my setup play out every other day, but initial few back-to-back losses has induced fear of executing the trades. You just got to detach your emotions from the outcome. You're either too large of size and you care about the outcome, or you're in a rush to get to some kind of desired result. You got to understand that you can do everything in your power leading up to the position, but once the position occurs, it's just a matter of allowing the probabilities to play out. You cannot control everything. So if your emotions are telling you that you are, you got to accept some of the randomness in the marketplace, and maybe that will lessen the emotions of being fearful. Accept the risk before the risk is taken. You do that by being at the correct size that doesn't induce any kind of emotion. And then you also do that by accepting the randomness. Allow price to do what it wants to do. Just focus on your game plan. What was one problem you faced after learning a profitable strategy? As most of traders only was the problem when they are not profitable or don't have any strategy. So what's the one problem? I think it's a mixture of both of them, right? No one strategy is just going to have a perfect mechanical win rate. There's always going to be some form of discretion. So no matter whether you have a profitable strategy or not, there's still going to be some kind of discretionary hurdle that you got to get over, right? The effectiveness of your model is just a probability. If you have a 50% win rate, that does not guarantee the fact that you'll have one win, one loss, one win, one loss, one win, one loss. That's not how probabilities are made. So you have no clue whether the next trade is going to be a win or not. So that's why I'm saying that discretionary moment in time where you get to make a decision whether you're actually going to click the button or not, that's going to change the results. So it's what I'm trying to say is it's not always the strategy. It's a mixture of both the strategy and the mindset. You got to work on both of them. Just banked 90 points on a short. Let's go. Congratulations, Fed Goat. Love to hear that. 90 points is absolutely amazing. Congratulations. Hi, Ash. How are you doing? I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How are you doing today? What a choppy morning this morning. I mean, look at this thing. What a choppy morning. Is this a change in the state of delivery? I don't think there is any form of delivery. This is pure chop is what this is. They're going up, they're going down, they're going sideways. I don't think there is a direction here. Right? We're quite literally right back to where New York Open was. Right here is New York Open right here. So we've gone only a couple points from the opening price. We haven't gone anywhere this morning. NQ was the one that was able to make a move. Right? At least NQ went a couple hundred points higher, and now it's coming back down to the 930 price. But ES hasn't done much this morning. How do I trade this now? I don't trade it. I took my risk for the day, and I'm good for the day. I have no interest in trading it now. Looks like a loudspeaker. Yeah, it does, right? The megaphone. There's got to be a megaphone in here. Do I use RSI? No, that is not something that I use. It's scanning. Yeah, this is actually a discount. Take that to the store, give the barcode to the cash register, see if you can get a discount at the store. Scanning enemies for stop losses. Yep. So we'll see what happens. There's no news for the day, so it definitely makes sense for the indecisiveness there. New York Open, in my opinion, was the volatility for the day. So we'll see what happens for this afternoon session. But last 10 minutes I have on here for you all. Looks like the bears are trying to step in. NQ might head back to the 930 price there. Zoom out. We are trending higher. My bias doesn't change here. We're just talking about intraday action. Once again, I've mentioned it multiple times. This is my target here, the equal highs. Doesn't mean it has to happen today, though. Bears always get smoked in the long run. Yeah, you could say that again. If you really want to zoom out, let's go ahead and zoom out real quick. There's nothing that looks good for bears here. Right? Like we are at all-time highs. That's why I'd much rather be bullish. So we'll see what happens, how the rest of the day wants to shape up. I know that there is news later on in the week. Let's take a look at that real quick as well. See what we got over here. Yeah, so we have ADP non-farm. We have that at 8:15 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thursday morning, we have unemployment claims at 8:30. And then on Friday, we have PCE. So it looks like the bulk of the volatility will be there at the end of the week through those news drivers. If they just consolidate today, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the reason why. So we'll see what happens for the rest of the day. NQ's now back at 9:30 open here. Ash, one question. Do you plan on keep executing a strategy for much longer? Or would you think about changing it if you see it's not working that well? Yes. If it does not work, right, if it does not provide me money, then I will need to reconsider it. I'm not here to lose money. So if that point in time comes, then I will make that decision at that point in time. Right now, it is making me money. I have gotten payouts from it, so I have no need to change it right now. But I will definitely be present and here reviewing that information if that time comes. Hi, Ash. Hey, what's up? Nice to see you. Hope your day is going well. Whole lot of chop so far there on ES. Your day's going well. You passed 2 evals. Congratulations. Let's go. Love to hear that. Love to hear that. Congratulations. So it looks like the Bears did step in. Whoever typed 2 in chat, looks like you're getting that move lower. The Bears are winning the prediction this time. See if we can run below that 930 candle. Is Asia and... Oh, wrong one. Sorry. Give me a second here. So it's just the AM low so far. Oh, I took the thing off. Hold on. Why is this not loading? Give me a second here, chat. I don't know. It's not showing up. It's not letting me look at. I was going to go look for Asia low and London low. It's probably down here. See if there's anything lower to reach for, but I don't know why this is not letting me pull up the settings. So, okay, there we go. That took a while. Okay. Don't know why that took forever to load. But London low is still available. That's a far ways away. That would be quite the dump if they wanted to go reach for London low there. So maybe the Bears do step in today. We shall see. Ash, I tend to jump in opposite trade when I get stopped out, thinking I don't want to miss the entry. How do you avoid that? That is just pure impulsively trading. You're just clearly making an action based upon the situation that just happened. The fact that you get stopped out makes you get into another trade. You need to definitely take a look into those actions, because over trading like that, that doesn't lead to good results. That sounds like pure impulsiveness. Any last questions here, chat? I have another 4 minutes on here with you all before Barbie and Myth come up next. Back into yesterday's fair value gap. Let's see where that daily gap is. NQ has more of the daily gap to fill. Oh, they both do. Okay. So let's take a look at that. That's below previous day low there. We'll see if they want to tap into that gap one more time. That is below London low there. What are methods to improve trading psychology? Do you have any trading books? There are some highly valuable books that provided a lot of information for me. Let me pull them up real quick. All right. Some of these really helped me a lot. Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas. Best Loser Wins by Tom Hogard. The Power of Positive Thinking by Norman Vincent Peale. If you haven't read those, I would definitely take a look into those. Those have been some very valuable books that helped. Told you all about the megaphone pattern. Yeah, we have the new secret holy grail here. It's called the megaphone breakout. Breaking out of the megaphone here. No, I know it's a joke. That's why I'm messing around too. So we'll see if the Bears want to continue here. They do have London lows down here. They do have the rest of the daily fair value gap to fill. ES definitely is leading the way there on the downside. It's a weaker pair. NQ did a good job moving higher there at the open, but now the Bears have stepped in, so we'll see if they want to continue lower. ES is leading the way on the downside, so we'll see if ES wants to go to London lows or the daily gap. But that is going to be the end of my segment here today. Just want to take a moment to say thank you to everybody. I really appreciate all the individuals that keep showing up, keep participating in chat. All those questions, all that information is the repetition we need to gain the conviction in this business. So let's continue to keep showing up, working and learning every single day. Thank you for your time. Do me a favor. Let's throw a bunch of W's in chat for Barbie and Myth. They are coming up next. I'll go ahead and hand the mic over to them. So I will see you on my next segment. Have a nice day, chat.
And the charts go insane, you know legends just locked in again. Bull Barbie's got that red hot streak, and methodical man's moves are sleek. Trends don't chase, trends surrender. S&P and NASDAQ, remember her. Stops freeze and profits obey. When these two trade, the game's all played. She once rode a bull straight through a bear market. He timed to pull back before the bell even barked it. It's Bull Barbie and Methodical Man, the unstoppable legends of the future's land.
Good morning, y'all. There, I got it first.
Good morning. All right, I'm in there second. That's fine. How's it going over there?
At all. Well, I wasn't expecting this big dramatic short, and I wish I was in it. I was kind of like, oh, this might be a good idea to short, and then I went on about my business. But did you get some?
A little bit. I've been long bias pretty much all day. I'm still long bias. I'm just going to be looking for a bounce. So we did hit my original target for the day, which was 630. So just kind of unable to hold that level. I am looking for a long off the previous day close down here at the 400 level. We are going to park an order right there at, I'm going to front run it by a point because you know what's been happening lately. And we're going to look for a bounce off the 400 level here. Previous day close will be filling the gap down there at 422.75 on the NASDAQ. Where's that gap fill at on the ES? Because I know you know.
I was just looking at my chart being all squished weird, trying to fix it. What is going on? We're going off the bottom of my chart right now. That old gap level, is that the one you're looking at? Or you're looking at a newer one?
New day opening gap. There should be.
Oh yeah. Okay. Let me go to my. I'll just go to SPY.
So there's the gap fill on the NASDAQ. Again, I'm looking for a bounce off the 400 level here. I'm going to go 10 micros for 10 points.
We are definitely filled on the S&Ps, by the way.
Okay, so that's already filled.
That's what I was like, wait, what are we even worried about that? Yeah, we're done.
I'm looking for the bounce off the 401 level. Going to take it with 10 micros, 10 points. Let's see what happens.
401.
Yeah, well, it's technically 400.25, but I'm going to front run it by a point.
Just 410s might have a little bit of reaction. Is that what we just bounced off of?
Yeah, like 412, 414.
Yeah. You know how they are though with NASDAQ and those whole numbers.
Yeah. So if we don't get it here, I'm kind of expecting ES to maybe retest that 6811 level. It's kind of what I'm looking at. But I'm looking for a reaction here off this level. We'll see if we get it. Guys, hit that like button. We got 229 likes. You know the deal. We need probably 100 more than that, at least, maybe 50.
We can do it. I believe in us.
We got a 150K Pro account to give away today.
Ooh, those are nice ones.
This thing might force me to take the trade. I may have to take this long earlier because if ES recovers that 25, I will get long.
Yes, on the 25. Yeah, well, that was that's an old gap level. That's why I was asking, like, new gap or old gap. We have an old gap level at 25, which also shows up on the hourly for structure.
Yeah, I'm going to long.
That is a big level.
I'm going to long if ES recovers 25 for some points here. Even though I do think we go back down.
And I don't know if anyone was watching. We did have some news from Putin, or I guess remarks from Putin this morning.
Did we?
I don't know if this, I think this might be kind of a delayed reaction to Putin trying to start some stuff with Europe.
I'm long here looking for 10 points.
They said that, or Putin said that Europe is on the side of war, and if he wants to fight a war, Russia's ready.
Interesting.
A little aggressive. Yeah.
Well, that did not work.
Putin wants to buy low. Me too.
Buy low, sell high. I'm probably just going to kill this here, but let's see. Give it a moment.
You might be able to get a few little something.
We'll give it a moment if we can get that. We need to close above 25. I kind of jumped in there before it closed above. But if we can get a decent reaction here.
Just a little pop's all you need, right?
I'm just going for 10 points on the initial. Squeeze it.
Squeeze.
Come on. I'm in on these other accounts over here too, so there we go.
Let's go. Oh, let's go.
All right, out there.
Pop.
I'm going to put the stop in. Got one out at 10 points. All right, stop me out on the runner. That's okay.
That's okay.
It'll be aight. It'll be aight.
Dangerous little long. I do think this is a reasonable spot, though. I didn't chart out the NASDAQ on it, but we're at some pre-market swing high on NASDAQ.
I don't know what's going on Ninja. Like, I'm having issues. I've taken like 5 winners in a row, and I don't think where's my profit? Like, what's going on here?
I had to uninstall and reinstall because on my new computer, when I installed it, I had OneDrive on, and NinjaTrader does not like that. I learned.
Let me close it out and put it back on. Yeah, like I literally have taken like 5 winning trades in a row, and it still says I'm only up $70, and I was up $70 pre-market. Just now.
Come on, give the man his profit.
I need my profits, man.
I am watching up here the 31. Is that where we are? Yeah, 31. 31 and a half. get a little bit of trouble there.
NQD, how many? Well, so here's the thing, NQD, I will tell you this. If you look at the 5 minute, so this was my, I drew this out on my stream, right? This is that bridge to bridge on the 5 minute there. And so as soon as we broke structure here, that led me to believe we're going back here. But because I'm waiting for a candle close below the 5 minute break of structure, that would have been a 65-point stop. So I bypassed the short for 2 reasons. Number one, it already hit target number one. Target number one was 550, and it was very close to target number 2. And the risk to reward, you would be looking for 49 points with like a 66-point stop. I don't know. I just decided to bypass it, thinking that there would be more long opportunities that might make more sense with a better R. So
there we go. We're getting a little pop. We got through the 31s. Look up here on the 35, 36.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was looking for on that long there. So even though we did not hit the previous day close, NASDAQ or ES reclaimed that 25 level, which is your squeeze trigger, right? That's a level, we're kind of looking for a little bit of a trap below that level. And that's exactly what we got there. So I was taking the trade on NASDAQ based off that. But I got in a little early, to be honest, a little bit on the early side. I didn't wait for the actual close above. That's that FOMO hitting you. So now I'm out of the trade and now it's just going.
Not the FOMO.
I mean, it's fine. I'm not worried about it. What is a squeeze trigger? Well, that's just when you reclaim a key area, right, Samir? I watch the ES and I'm looking for levels. And once we kind of reclaim a certain level, it's just a failed level. We failed to hold below that level. So that means that we're probably going to move up to the next key level. That's how I watch the ES. I don't necessarily trade those things on the ES, but I watch that. So there's several different things that I pay attention to during the day. I have to look for several different things to take trades on. When you're scalping, you're just looking for spots to take key levels. Let's see. Let's get everything reconnected here. I want to see if it gave me my profit or not.
Profit, please.
Well, it's funny because I started some new evals today and it didn't even copy across those. That's so wild. It's not showing that it gave me the profit at all. That's weird. I don't know what's going on with that. It's annoying. It's annoying to me. Let me look at my executions on how do you look at executions on Ninja?
So your account window should have a executions tab. If it doesn't, you can add it.
Oh, down at the bottom.
Yeah, if you hit the plus, if you don't have it, it'll be in there.
Yeah, I mean, it's in there for sure. I don't know why it's showing that all these accounts took those trades, but I didn't. It's not giving me the profits.
Are they in? If you log into Tradeovate, are they there?
Oh, good idea. Let me try that. Anyways, we're not going to harp on it too long, but I got to figure that out. I don't know what the deal is there. Why would it?
Yeah, and some people do tricks too because they want the trade copier and stuff that NinjaTrader does, but they want to use the simple software like Tradeovate, and you can do that. You can have NinjaTrader running with your trade copier and your leader account, and then trade your leader account on Tradeovate. I used to do this a little bit. Then I decided that was too complicated, but
I'm doing that exact same thing, but not on these accounts. But yeah, I do that in the morning. So
that is a way to do it. If you want the good trade copier, but a different platform, it's a little hack.
For sure. Easy to do there. Easy to do. Let me see.
Yeah, I'm back in this little long, just trying for a little scalp.
I mean, look at that rip up off the gap fill there. I mean, that's, we didn't get the previous day close like I wanted, but the gap fill, yeah, it's not even, it shows less profit. What is going on?
That is some nonsense.
What
We are
is
getting
going
up
on?
towards VWAP, so we're just about at VWAP. Well, are we at the big VWAP or the little VWAP? This is my new chart and I'm confused. This is the main VWAP we're headed up towards right now.
I think I'm going to put on like a little test here. Just a little test entry. I could get a short setup here as well.
I used to do that all the time. I had my little test order before I would put in a real one. I would just put one micro in with like a $25 each way. It came back to my break even again. I'm just not willing to put much on this trade here, but.
Okay, so everything is moving. The P&Ls are moving, but I don't understand because I've not taken any losing trades, and it says I've only made $74, and I've taken like probably 5 winning trades in a row for 10 points with 2 micros. So it should be up like a couple of $100, and I'm up 74. So I don't know. Yeah, it's copying correctly now, so I guess we'll just go with that. We'll go with that. It's not like we're red or anything. It's just frustrating because, you know, you think you have profits and then they're not there. So
sometimes you just need a good old restart.
I just did that. Maybe that fixed it. We'll see. Who knows? I do have a little 2-minute setup here, though. 2-minute short setup. I could take it right now. I want to. We'll go ahead and jump in here on it. Ride it back down a little bit. Stop will just be top.
Yeah, it's getting a little crazy. We might be headed back, chopping down here for a little bit. We on ES we hit the value area low and rejected that.
If she fails, she fails. What can you do?
Yeah.
Do we have an ABC bullish market today? Maybe. Maybe something like that.
I think everyone just doesn't want Putin stuff.
Yeah, I was wondering why we started that pullback. I was like, it just kind of came out of nowhere, but I really didn't see any news. If he
It
dies,
was
he
kind of
dies.
delayed. I think he was speaking.
So I'm going to take my first target at 471 if we can get down there. Yes, our NASDAQ really need to break that 90 level in order for us to go. We'll see. Little 2-minute short setup here, so we'll jump in. Are you still long?
I see it. No, I got it. I got stopped out again. I got one off and then the other one stopped. So not a big trade, very small.
Yeah, you
but
took some profit.
That's what we're doing this hour anyway, is just looking for some lunch money.
Little lunch money, nothing wrong with that.
That's what I'm doing anyway.
If Putin doesn't chill out, Juice Bag's going to have to step in. Let's go. Step in there and handle things.
Yeah. Are you going to be moving the market, or are you just going to be taking care of Putin for us?
Got to get that market moving for sure.
Well, here's that short.
Yeah, we're looking for that 471. If we can break the 90 here, that's kind of the problem. We got the 9 EMA sitting there at the 94, and then we got that 90 level. So that's typically a little area where you get a little drama. It doesn't want to get through there. What's a piece of advice you will give to the big traders who are the beginning traders who are entering into the prop firm space on behalf of MyFundedFutures? Take
it slow. Don't rush.
Yeah, don't swing for the fence. Don't do
like a lot of the guys that you're looking at, they're on their 200th eval or their 500th eval. I've seen people with thousands of evals. And so when they're slapping around real hard like that, keep that in mind. If you're on your first one, you don't want to get to 1,000.
Exactly.
Go slow.
Just take your time. Nothing wrong with that. All right, so breaking the 90 here, I would like to see a nice little push lower, obviously, since we're short.
Do it.
Just do it already.
Go.
ES back below that 30. Might retest that 25. My first target would be kind of the retest of that 25, looking like.
It's where those dojis are.
Yeah, for sure.
Good
So
little
let's
spot.
see. I'll take profit if ES hits the 25 on this first one. I'll just take it off wherever that is. And we'll go stop to break even. On the runner, that's the trouble here at this whole number. You see how difficult it is it's being to get through this whole number? It's just no fun.
Typical shenanigans.
Could have probably put my entry down here at 78. That would have been the actual, that would have been the actual entry, but I felt like it was okay getting in a little early. But maybe not.
Don't forget to keep liking the stream, even if the short is being a turd.
Don't do me dirty, market. Could just be a higher low and go here. You never know.
Mm-hmm.
ES back above the 30 there. Not a great sign. Not a great sign. We are very green on this account already, $822. So
let's go.
Yeah, we sized up a little bit on a couple of trades this morning, and you know, they banged.
That worked out.
Yeah. It did.
They banged.
We won't say the word, but we, you know, it worked out in our favor. For sure. But we'll be patient here. We got to stop where it needs to be, and I mean, just go from there.
The move down was definitely a stop run. When you have a big dramatic move like that on a bullish day, they're triggering stops.
Yeah, for sure. I'm trading micros, junior micros. It is 2 micros here.
More, less leverage, more accounts.
Yes, that's how she goes. Trying to be patient with this trade. It's definitely testing me a little bit here.
Yeah, I can see that.
Testing the old
market's trying to decide if it really believes in this dump or not.
It might be mad at me because I didn't take my 10-point scalp. You know, I was already up 10
Probably.
points on the trade. Yeah, it's like, what is he doing? We gave him the 10 points. What is he doing? How dare he go for more? What is he thinking?
Wants to buy Chick-fil-A for everybody.
That's right. We got to spread it around. Come on, market. Help me out here. Got to give everybody a little Chick-fil-A today. Chick-fil-A will be like, yes, Methodical Man is our official spokesperson. They need to start paying me then. How many customers have I sent them? Come on.
You should be getting something.
Got to get some residuals. Some candles are white because they're inside bars. I only use the inside bars on the 5-minute chart, so just ignore those. So
I never told you I had a family member that used to work for Chick-fil-A corporate there in Georgia.
Nice.
He got to eat out of the test kitchen.
Let's go.
He told me he knew about those pretzel breads like years ago.
Man.
Yeah.
That's nice. Yeah, I got Chick-fil-A yesterday. I don't know if it's on the menu for today. Might get something different. She's so testing me right now.
Yeah, I can see that. Because you were wanting it under that 90, right? It's just
I want it to hold under the 90. We already printed below there, but it's really not holding below it. It's kind of holding up.
Yeah.
It's not really what you want to see.
It's holding the 90s. Do I believe that delusional confidence is necessary to be a trader? No, I don't think you need to be. I don't believe in this stuff where you have to like trick yourself into trading well when you could train yourself to trade well. There's no sense in having delusional confidence. It is frustrating though when you watch people with completely unfounded, unearned confidence just like waltz their way through life. But I don't think you need that to be a good trader. You can train yourself.
Yeah, confidence is one of those things. Like the trade either works or it doesn't. Like, I mean, I don't know. I don't go into a trade thinking it's more, you know. I mean, I guess sometimes I do think like, oh, this trade has a higher probability of maybe a previous trade, but I don't go into a trade worrying about whether it wins or loses. I accept the result, you know, kind of before I enter. So
Yeah, I mean that's I mean I guess you're more afraid that it's not going to work out and that you're going to lose, but that's more dealing with fear. It's not like fear is necessarily the opposite of confidence. It's just like fear is something you have to learn how to deal with in trading because it's not going to go away. You just have to learn how to master it a little bit better, which is real similar to how athletes and other people who train hard things at a really high level are having to deal with too. It's you have to come up with some level of emotional intelligence in order to control yourself and not do all sorts of crazy things.
WeWop wakes up every morning, stands in front of the mirror and says, WeWop, you are an 8-figure trader. And then 5 minutes later, I blow a funded.
Yeah, y'all are trying to manifest some stuff. You still have to put in the work, right?
Oh. What's the
Izzy Lizzie is wondering if we prefer scalping or letting it run. I really like longer trades, but they don't happen as often. So if I'm going to take a setup off of the hourly chart or something, that's going to be a more reliable setup that I'm going to be in for potentially longer, but it doesn't happen as often. And so there's times to scalp and there's times not to scalp. So if I'm waiting for a higher time frame setup and I don't have anything, that's why I'm working. That's kind of been my goal this year, is to bring up my scalping skills so that I can still find some little things. Even if I'm waiting for a big 1 hour long, I can take a bunch of little shorts in it waiting for it.
Yeah.
There's
I
room for
prefer
both.
I prefer the
I like
scalp,
the
but
long ones.
I do both. I mean, like I said, you know, some trades I just look for 10 points. Other ones I'll go for more. It just depends on the setup. So if I believe in the setup, if I believe we're going to a level, I believe. So that's what we do. Man, this trade is really, really just not going. It's just trying its best to stop me out and then go. It's probably what it's going to do. But that's okay.
That's what was happening to me like all day yesterday too. But I was being kind of nervous about some positions. I was trailing a little early. It is just stuck here.
This one, I mean, it did give me 16.5 points, you know. So theoretically, you're like, oh, if you went for 10, you'd already be out. But like at the same time, I do believe in that previous day close level down there. Do we have to go down there and touch that? No, we don't have to. But we could. We certainly could. So, and this was,
the VIX is bull flagging a little bit on the 5 minute too. That's why we're in a little bit of a weird spot here. And I really think it's based on just the bad news we had.
Yeah, we get a new 5 minute candle in a minute, and then we got the top of the hour in 5 minutes. So maybe the top of the hour, if we can hold on until then, if we don't get stopped out before then, it might can give us the power that we need. The power to go lower.
It's so slow right now.
I can't do the Arnold voice. The chopper. Get to the chopper.
Get to the chopper. I definitely can't do it.
ES is holding that 30 level. It's like a brick wall right there. It's just not wanting to get back below it.
Someone's asking about rotation. That might be my department. So if we're going to look at rotation out of tech, what are you going to rotate into? So if you're rotating out of something, you're rotating into something. If you're rotating out of tech, a lot of people who are into tech like a lot of drama. So they roll out of tech and into small caps. When I look at the Russell today, it is very sad. I don't think we're rotating out of tech so much. I do think there's a lot more people concerned with the AI bubble. So there might be some people it's like, okay, I've gotten what I needed to out of NVIDIA, and maybe I should put this into something, you know, spread things out a little bit. Right. And right now, Microsoft's winning the AI game.
We got stopped out.
No.
Rude.
Not allowed. Market.
How you just going to do me like that, market? So rude.
Okay, so ES is at the 35, 36.
I mean, we could push back up into that 553, 54 area. We'll see.
53, 54. Is that your... That's like VWAP right now, right?
I got my VWAP at the 24s, 23s.
Okay, yeah. Oh, this new chart's not right. It's driving me crazy. Okay. Well, ES is holding the 68.25. So that's a win for the bulls right now. But you know, you want to, if you're going to be trying to bounce it with them, you want to be as close to that as possible. They're also not able to get it back through the value area low right now. So that's a win for the bears. We might be kind of stuck in this consolidation 25 to 35 for a little bit.
That is the magnet, the like range magnet.
Yeah.
Or yes, there's just kind of been, it just keeps coming back to that zone over and over and over. She just keeps revisiting. 23.33.
So the reason that VWAP tends to accept or reject is there's so if your objective at the hedge firm today, if your job as the hedge firm trader is to buy the S&Ps today, you want to buy it at or below VWAP because that's where your bonuses are, is if you're patient enough to get at or below VWAP. If your hedge fund's telling you today we're shorting the S&Ps or the NASDAQ or whatever, then you want to be at VWAP or above. So that's why we tend to have a lot of orders congregated around there. And then you can kind of pay attention to which side we're hanging off of. I do think, though, that we dipped down because of this Putin concern.
Yeah, probably makes sense.
Because crude had a nice reaction to it, too. So, and it says that Putin is now meeting with the U.S. envoy with Kushner and Witkoff. And Trump has just said they'll be announcing a Fed chair early 2026. We already knew that, but now Trump has said it.
He put it in writing.
Oh, we do have Trump later, too. Somebody's posting about the Rocky Mountains got this in chat. So we checked on this earlier. He's at 2 o'clock Eastern, and I didn't know why, but it just said announcement. Rocky Mountains saying it's to roll back the auto fuel economy rules. So that was a big thing for Biden, I think. Is that the stuff he's looking? Oh, he's live right now?
Trump's
Flatten. Is he live?
Well, that's not
Get
good.
another browser. Yeah, are you in a position right now? I'm flat, fortunately.
No, I'm still watching that 90, kind of that 99 area.
I mean, he did say he'll be announcing a Fed chair. That might be what that is from. But is that like he's moving between things, or is he sitting somewhere?
Top of the hour here in 40 seconds. See if it rips back lower or not. I'd like to see it push up into the 50 and then maybe from there move lower. But if it gets below 96, that would kind of be like my short trigger.
Well, I was watching the 68.25 earlier as a potential spot for like a swing low on the hourly. So we'll see. I mean, ideally, I'd like this hourly to close kind of close to it then so we can have a good spot to buy. But because you can see that structure, well, Friday was kind of weird anyway. But Friday we put in basically a higher high, and then after hours in Sunday we opened and made a lower low on the hourly. But now we've been all inside of that this whole week so far.
All right, let's see if we get to squeeze into like that 50 level here. It's kind of what I'm thinking. And then from there, we'll look for maybe a spot for another potential short, but we'll see. Play it by ear. Shorts are a little tricky at this point, I think.
I don't want to participate when Trump's talking. It does look like he's talking right now. Maybe this meeting is earlier than they thought, or maybe there's a second one. That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. But it said he was speaking at a cabinet meeting, didn't it?
That's what somebody said, yeah. All right, let's see here.
Let's see.
If you can push through the 30s, what do we got up there? The 36 level is the 50 EMA. All right. Oh my goodness, guys. I cannot believe
so long.
I cannot believe I just did that. I took the long for the break back above the 15 level. And I accidentally was on my funded accounts. I didn't even notice it. I did not even notice it. Good thing that was a win. Wow. I cannot believe I did that. Woof. All right. I'm closing that platform right now. I'm not leaving. I'm closing
I missed
Ninja.
it.
I'm
I was
closing
looking
it.
at a different screen.
I
If I
forgot
didn't
when.
see it, it's fine. It didn't happen.
So when I reset Ninja, it reset the copy trader back to my original setup from the morning, which has all my funded accounts on there. And I change it after I take my funded position to only have the evals on the copier. Well, when Ninja came back up, I forgot to rechange it. Wow, that was dangerous. That was dangerous.
They're asking about a giveaway. We do have an account.
Yeah, we're giving away an account today, 150K Pro account, guys.
It's a pretty good one.
But we're at 269 likes. And while I know you guys like the 69 level, we need to push it up a little more than that.
69.
Let's push it up a little more than that, and we'll get it going. So this is kind of that wick that I was thinking about running there at the 554. It's a really good kind of a level. That's about 50% of the range on this move down to. Let's fib it. Exactly 50% of the range here. So if we're looking for a spot to potentially move back down from, this could be it, right? So if you get kind of a death, if you get this gap to form here, sweep of liquidity, delivery from a fair value gap, still got some interest lower, right? Then if we get kind of a death candle back through here, then that would be a nice setup for a short. You don't want it to do it right now. You want to leave this gap kind of open, but we can't control what it wants to do.
They are trying. And it seems like there's always a lot of orders around that 40 level when we get up there too.
Yeah, that was dangerous, Ruhan. I would have been, you know how mad I would have been if that lost? Like that could have been something that might have tilted the old methodical man right there. I would have been so mad.
Oh, the WeWop, you have climbed back today.
We would have been mad. All right, this candle's gonna close here 1 second. So you'd want to see kind of a death candle back through this gap here. You'd want to see the 1 minute and the 2 minute kind of close together there. If you don't get it, then there's just no trade.
They're definitely trying to hold it here.
That's happened to you before? Yeah, I've done that before too. Like, I can't believe I did that today though. So yeah, we took that short there. I mean, like the thing is, does this short kind of make sense? This is kind of what I would be looking at. Like if we get a death candle through there, we kind of got some built up trend line liquidity, right? So if this thing can get a candle through here, close below here, we run down into the 470s fairly quickly, most likely. But I don't know if it happens. We'll see. A profitable
Those profitable mistakes.
Yeah. Hey, listen,
it happened both ways.
Yeah, it was still a good trade. It just was like, I thought I was on eval. So I was in double the size because I thought I was on eval. Then I would have been in my funded. And yeah, I just didn't realize it. So did not realize it. But that now we're up $195 on our funded accounts. Oops. We'll take it.
Let's go.
We will take it.
I was trying to listen to Trump, but he's not saying anything that we don't really know that he wasn't about announcing. So I guess he's talking about the tariff rebate, but you can't be rich if you get that.
You can only be poor? Is that what you're saying? It wasn't me, guys. It wasn't me.
That always works out, though, y'all. That always works out. That's what wealthy people never really mind too much about not getting those because, and I actually had a business like this too when we got the COVID things. All of a sudden, my sales were massive, and I was like, "What is going on?" Oh, everyone got their rebate. or their COVID check or whatever. And they're giving it to me.
They started spending money on you.
I was like, okay, thanks, y'all.
All right, we're starting.
I've since sold that business, but
we starting to get a little pullback here. What was the business though? Can you tell us the gist of it?
So I wrote. So this is so stupid. Like, this is why I don't even talk about it. This is so stupid. I wrote some software. This is a full stack application that runs contests online. And so I started it before I sold it. And so you could pay to post your picture in a contest. You would pay to post your picture on the website, and then you could win a prize.
Right.
Like a physical prize that would get mailed to you, which sounds so stupid. But it made so much money.
Listen, if it paid, it paid.
So once a month, I had to go print out the labels for the winners and slap them on some packages from stuff from China. Eventually, I got sick of that.
Debba Deep thought you sold bulls. No, she buys bulls.
I ride the bulls.
Yeah, she rides the bulls. That too. If you can sell salt to a slug, then why not? Exactly. I'm all in. All right, I'm going to take the short if we get a close below here, guys. If we close below the gap, we'll participate short again. And if it loses, I'm just looking at a 2-minute fair value gap here.
Oh, okay. I see.
So we'd have to close below 518 effectively. This is a decent looking candle here, but if it doesn't close on this candle, it'll be kind of tough to take.
I mean, we're really consolidating in a flag. This is a bear flag pattern, but
yeah,
especially on ES. So when I see this, I see this consolidation, and you can either try to scalp the top of it to the bottom of it, and sometimes it's a little diagonal, so it's top to the bottom of the diagonal. Otherwise, you're kind of waiting for the breakout.
Money is money, no matter where it's coming from. I don't know about that, Trader D official. There's a few situations where
yeah,
that could get a little sticky there. I don't know. I'm
still looking for. It did feel like I was just like taking money for people to having that business, so that's probably why I felt icky.
I'm still looking for a bounce off that 400 level. I do think we get back down there, although it's 100+ points away at this point. So.
Yeah, what's your OnlyFans myth?
Is there a fan there's a fan in the background? No, you see the fan in the background there. There it is. It's in the background. That's the only fan I got. So
I got 8,000 of them now on YouTube.
Yeah, that's right. We finally hit the 8K. Internet Explorer, I like it. You read that, Barbie?
Yeah.
Oh goodness.
I was looking for it. I was like, wait, what did my favorite browser say?
There you go. He's always got something to say.
He's talking about the border now.
Yeah, I probably should not take a trade since Trump is talking, but
that's how I feel about it. It's not reacting that strongly though. And like I was saying, I don't think he's saying anything we don't really already know about, which like Trump wants to deal with the border. Trump wants to deal with expensive drugs. Trump wants to potentially give people a tariff rebate if you don't make very much money.
Not really moving all that quickly here, but
I was saying it's not like a normal Trump thing, but there is kind of that danger of there being some weird reaction. Hopefully he doesn't address the Putin thing too crazy.
See, that's kind of a dirty close right there.
Dirty.
Yeah, see, it closed right on the line. It didn't close below. So I have to wait for the next candle. Chat's R-rated. Chat's always R-rated. How many evals can your Trump rebate by? Mr. Smith. How much is the rebate again? Carry the 1, bring over the 0. You've got 1,000 evals. I have no clue. I don't
know how much it is or if they're doing a straight one. I imagine it would be if you make under the threshold, that's a straight fee you get.
$2,000. That can buy quite a bit. Let's see, 77. So that's 10, 20. I don't know, 25. We'll call it 25. MyFundedFutures core accounts. We'll call it 25, somewhere in there. But you're not going to need 25. You'll pass them after just,
That's
a
what I was
couple
about to
tries.
say.
You're not going to need it.
Depending on which account type you get, you can have 3 or 5. You don't need to be messing around with 25.
Thank
You're
you.
going to get it. I know you're going to get it.
We appreciate you with the solicitation. Follow us on YouTube. Let's go. All right, Barbie, how do you want to do the giveaway today? We got 285 likes. Can we squeeze out 15 more?
I bet we can.
Squeeze out 15 more likes, and we're going to make a decision on how we're going to do the giveaway. The number thing yesterday was kind of, I think that's random enough, probably. So maybe we do something like that again, unless you are.
Yeah, we could do that.
You got something brewing.
I don't have anything new brewing. Someone was asking why they're blocked from my channel. It's probably because you said something really rude or really stupid. That's basically how you get blocked.
You know how many people
don't
are
do
blocked?
That here.
You know how many people are blocked from my channel, Barbie?
No, I don't even know how many people are blocked in mine because I don't block them all. So there's a joint effort.
I know how many are blocked on mine. 0. Internet Explorer got it. 0. I don't block anybody. Come over there and say whatever you want. I don't care.
Oh, you would block some of the trolls sending sexist comments though.
I don't really care. Claudia,
I don't want it on my page. You want to be talking crap like that? You can go put it on somebody else's page. Mine's nice.
Well, if you get blocked on mine, it has to be from one of the mods, most likely.
Yeah.
You probably did something that they didn't like. So, but yeah, I have people coming there talking trash to me all the time. Talk trash all you want. I don't care. We're not thin-skinned. I just challenge
I don't want all the comments on my videos to be about my hair or whatever. So those all go. They're all gone. Don't keep that stuff around.
Listen, that's all the comments are on mine. They're like, I shaved my beard one time and they were like, I was a kid once too and messed up my beard shaving. I was like, come on now. I shaved it purposely.
Is Trump still talking? I think he is. Yeah. I'm kind of waiting out Trump here a little bit. You want me to pick a random number? I can pick a random number.
Well, let's get it in slow mode first. What do you want the width to be? What's the range?
Yesterday was a big range. We'll do a smaller one. We'll do like up to 150. I don't know how to turn slow mode on. I don't know if I have such privileges.
Abhishek can do it.
Okay, I'm gonna, before I even see y'all's number, put it back here. I have to pick something I like. Okay, I picked one I like, and I'll tell you why I picked it later.
All right, guys, it's only after slow mode. We're not looking at the numbers before. Okay.
I haven't seen it yet. They're all guessing the obvious. I didn't go with the obvious.
I'm scrolling down. I'm scrolling. Whoa. Slow it down. Oh, my goodness. Do you see it yet?
No, I saw one off. They're getting close. Some of them. I picked a good one. They're not guessing it.
Oh, there it is.
Oh,
I see it. I see it. Oh, I like that person too.
Is that one of yours?
Yeah. Well,
Nice.
I think they came here from here. They came to me from here. Maybe.
Picked up a fan from MyFundedFutures. I see how it is. All right, should we put him out of their misery? I lost the comment now. I just saw it. Where did it go? Do you still have it?
Type in the back if this is the one you saw. Let me see. I'll have to try to go back up to verify.
Oh, I found it. Yeah, that's the one I got.
All right. Let's just make sure nobody above that one put it in. Let me scroll back up. Just going to verify. I'm going all the way back to where slow mode was turned on. Verification is key. Holy cow, that's a lot of numbers. I want to see if
Should I put him out of the misery?
Yeah, go ahead. We're good.
Okay. So it was Son of Wall Street, pick number 16, which I chose because I told y'all I played soccer like in school, high school, and well, I did not play in college. I was going to, but I had an injury and decided not to. But all like from a kid when I first got onto the club teams all the way through, my number was 16.
And
So, there you go.
what type of brain injury was it?
Brain injury.
I'm
No, this was
kidding.
really crazy. I broke my back. I
Oh,
cracked
goodness.
2 vertebrae, and we don't know how. Just
That's crazy.
being wild, I guess.
That is insane.
So I tried to come back. I was gonna go do walk-on tryouts, and I was just like, you know what? I just don't have this in me anymore. I don't want to push through an injury anymore.
Oh, I need to let me see. Oh, so when you broke your back, it was like Mike Tyson. It was spinal. I broke my back spinal. Have you seen that one?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Mike Tyson, when he broke his back, or he did a fight. Let me see. Let me see what he said. Oh, I got to remember what he said there. He did a post-fight interview, and it was hilarious.
I didn't have kids yet. They didn't step on a crack. Is my future kids stepping on a crack? The VIX is dropping. Maybe the market's calming down off of this Putin business.
Oh my gosh.
We're not so sad about Putin now.
All right, here we go. Your butt hurts from sitting in the chair at Claudia. I feel your pain. I need somebody on my chat suggested, he's a truck driver. He suggested this purple pillow, I guess, purple seat cushion. And hopefully we're going to get that for Christmas.
Yeah, that's top on your wish list, right?
Yeah, got to get one of those. So
I stole my nice chair when I closed my office, so I just kept it. I mean, it's owned by my company that I owned, but
yeah, I would love a standing desk. Barbie, do you have one?
no, I have way too much equipment on my desk to ever make it. You have to be a little bit minimalist to make a standing desk work, and I'm not.
That's kind of my problem. I have like a fighter jet station in here.
Yeah, I do too. I have 3 computers on my desk right now, so
Yeah.
I'm using all of them too.
Yeah, it'd be difficult for me to use. Man, that failed breakdown of that 20 level is kind of giving me a little FOMO there. I mean, we took that long off that 20 level.
It's Luke. Luke made it. Luke is stalking us.
Lukester?
The Lukester.
Oh, let's go. We're here for the good time. No, wait. The long
very
time
famous
too.
Luke Jacoby. Okay, here we go. Oh, I got in this so fast. Don't be mad at me.
You took the long?
Yeah. I took it on the break of 40, and I want to book it by 50 here, but I'm about to trail.
Look at this thing squeeze.
Let's go. It's almost there. Come on.
I got 52.
I'm trailing tighter. There it is. This is my new messy screen. Don't mind this, y'all. It's a disaster. I know.
Lot to look at.
This is my new laptop. I haven't made it pretty for stream yet.
That's okay.
It is just trying to tick me up there.
Oh, you're good.
Come on.
You're good. Go for more. Go for gold here. Go for more.
I think it's gonna go for more, but I want to just book it. We've got I think the orders are gonna get thicker and thicker the closer we get up to 50. I just want to get this taken up. I like the easy money. The easy money is the good money.
It's just breathing on it.
Oh crap. I was about to move my stop and okay, all good. We're good. Flipped.
Oh, let's go, field.
I was trying to move my stop and it was gone. It's filled. Just a little lunch money. Here we go. We'll see if we get the continuation. They've got to get through a whole bunch of congestion up here at 50s.
I think it's just squeezed.
And then it would be highs. Yeah. Could have left a runner for that one, but I didn't get in. I was trying to start something and then it didn't move back down, so I didn't get full.
It's about to break back out that 15-minute range there. It looks like both 15-minute ranges didn't do all that well today.
Yeah.
55 points, pretty large range, 145 on the NAS.
Been ignoring it a little bit. It did not. Yeah, it was not nice, the opening range trade today, the 15-minute anyway.
Just a rangy day, though.
This is where I was watching the level 2 have all these orders come up. So we could put in a new swing low here and potentially refuel a little bit. But if you have a runner that you have a decent entry on, I would be just seeing if we can get popped over the 50 level.
Douglas passed a 50K pro today. Let's go. Drop the
Let's
W's in the chat
go.
for Douglas there, passing his eval. Nice job.
That 50 level's pretty close to the 600 level on NASDAQ too. And I know NASDAQ likes to be weird with those numbers.
Is MyFundedFutures sending out gift baskets to the OG fans? I don't know. Are they? Oh. I'm kind of like, I feel bad over here because I'm like, man, I really did buy the bottom there. And then I don't know. We moved the stop.
Yeah, but
handed it.
He had Trump on, so you had a good reason to be extra cautious.
Yeah, I guess.
In the context, Trump was live. Is Trump still live? I just kind of forgot about that and took this trade. Yeah, he's still live, I think. Wait,
maybe he helped you.
Anymore. Yes, he might have.
He helped you with the.
I was just looking. I was originally looking at that 35 level, and we popped above that, and then I was like, man, the VWAP's right there at 40. If we pop above that, I can get a few points. So I just took that.
Yeah,
I haven't been getting as many of the longer term trades this week or last week.
It's kind of funny. Do you have people asking you on your stream like, oh, like if you're long bias, but we pull back, like right here, we pulled back 250 points, but like I said when we came on stream, like I'm still long bias, right?
Yeah.
And like I have people that are like, oh, well, like why didn't you take the short? Well, I'd just rather wait, and then take the long.
Yeah.
Go along with my bond.
I will do that all day long. And yeah, people get mad about that, but you can. So there's two ideas. You can take the reverse trade, but I'll tell you, if I'm waiting for a big hourly level and we're getting closer, and I want to buy that hourly level because everything's looking kind of bullish. Yeah, we could take a short to get into that, but that's going to be a scalp. And sometimes I want to focus and be really mentally prepared for the bigger trade and get it on all the accounts and get it spread out and make more money on that than trying to pick up both. For me, and this is more personal, and sometimes you can kind of tell when you're at the computer. For me, it's hard to switch.
Right.
If my brain's ready to make that switch or not. And sometimes it's not. Sometimes when you're watching for the bullish, you're just watching for the bullish. And it makes it harder to manage the short trade.
And I guess another thing that I always ask myself is like, okay, if let's say we inverse the hourly in the 4 hour and I got a target, say 721, like, do we have to pull back? No, we could just go straight to 721. So for me, that's a much harder trade to take, the short.
Yeah.
When my target is higher. But
and sometimes I won't get that long trade that I'm waiting for too. If I want to scalp a short to it and I'm waiting for that long trade, sometimes I don't even get my long entry there and I have to take a different long entry. So sometimes that short doesn't even fully happen because
exactly.
I'm being really stubborn about a specific spot.
Well, we'll see kind of what happens for the rest of the day. I don't know. I really wanted to see that previous day close hit, but it doesn't have to. And when they're spread out like that, you kind of talked about that half gap down there, that 410, 415 level. I mean, we kind of just hit that and bounced, I was looking for just a little bit, just a little lower. And it just didn't want to give it to me. It said not today.
I've noticed, especially lately, and especially on NASDAQ, it's been those halfway marks. We're leaving little half gaps open, bottom half of gaps open.
I do think we will come back and tap that 400 level at some point. I just don't know when.
And I do trade options. I might actually be more comfortable with options than futures in some situations, but I tend to take those slower. I like futures for the intraday moves, but I worked really hard to build up this options account. It took me years. It's a big account now, so it's easier to trade a big account than a small account because you can be a little more slow and less precise with it. And so I do really enjoy trading that account. I've not been in very much. I've been working on getting repositioned a little bit. I had a lot of things hit in the first part of November that I just didn't really get that money replaced yet, but we're working on that. I was working on that this morning. Took some meta puts at open, things like that.
I don't trade options. It is something that I've never really gotten into, but it is interesting. It's interesting. So maybe Barbie could teach me how to make some money trading options. I don't know. I need to.
Sometimes you have an idea that's Tesla specific or Apple specific, and you want to be able to capture it. And options are a good way to do that.
Oh my goodness, this thing is still just squeezing. I think, man, this thing is just. I'm gonna have to shut down the charts after we end the stream because I am gonna feel the FOMO today. So.
Well, this is what I was saying. Like, so that entry that I took, I was in at 41, I think. I wish that I had been in lower. So if I'd gotten in closer to 35, I probably would have had more than one, and I could have scaled out. If I was able to scale out, I would still be in the runner here because it does still look good. That happens sometimes. You run out of quantity to get rid of, and then you can't participate in the end of the trade. That's okay. But I would still be in that runner here.
Were you in a mini there though, or what were you trading?
I was in a micro, but it was copied.
Okay, I got you. I know sometimes you jump into those scalps with a mini, so that's why I was curious.
I was in a mini earlier, and then I switched when Trump came on.
Yeah, probably not a bad idea.
I have been trading the minis more though because I like money.
Let me get that green. All right. That's kind of how it works. All right, guys, we got 2 or 3 minutes left with you today. If you have any questions or anything, drop them in the chat.
I had an account that I was just practicing one lots in, and I'm finally gotten comfortable enough to start spreading that out to some others.
Do you have
I do have
content?
some.
There we go.
I do have some option content, and we're working on that more. In my Discord, we're going to do an options class on December 10th. It's going to be like just basics, and it's free. You just have to be in the Discord. I will bring that back over to YouTube. So even if you're like not into Discord or whatever, you'll still get that. It'll just be later. We'll record it and everything. But I think I have spotty options info, and we're gonna start a new one where it's like all the basics covered, so you can catch up.
Nice.
Myth, you should join that.
I will. I'll check it out. I'll be there and listen.
I had a hard time finding a date, but my idea was to do it like over the lunch hour. So even if you work a 9 to 5, you can listen in.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense.
It's harder to catch me in the evenings because I'm driving.
Yeah. We already did the giveaway for this segment, Neri. You have to wait for the next one.
It's Tuesday, though. So we have 2 more segments after ours today. Yep. So pay attention to those. We'll have Rocket Scooter up in a couple minutes here. And then we have Ash coming back with Tanya for the last hour. And that's always a good one, especially for the ICT folks.
Submarine is single if you can't find a date. Where are you driving? Jimbo, well, she only takes the private jet on the weekends. So
yeah,
probably everywhere.
If you're a mom with kids, you're driving everywhere. So kids need driver's licenses, man.
I have 2 with driver's license. Kids with driver's license need cars, and I'm not.
I already bought a car for my older one. She's not even old enough yet. But
yeah, I got 2 more to buy probably in 4 or 5 months. They turn 15 in March and April. So
we're doing driving lessons right now, and I have trucks. Like I have 3 trucks, and then I have my little vintage convertible, and I'm looking around like, these are all mean to learn on. I don't want to learn on any of these either. So we got a normal car.
Just throw them in there. Why not? Let them learn. All right, Matt's coming up next, guys. I don't know if he's ready yet. We'll find out. Matt is indeed ready. So we appreciate you guys watching. Hit that like button. Subscribe on the way out if you want to use code YouTube for the best deals on MyFundedFutures.
Oh, yeah, do that.
Do that.
We got 2 more segments, including Matt. So pay attention.
And we'll be back tomorrow. We'll see you guys next time.
See ya.
Welcome, Rocket Scooter.
friends. Welcome. Much money if not. Appreciate y'all showing up and being here. Great hanging out with y'all and seeing Barbie Methodical Man chilling before this. I really need some prescription sunglasses, man. I can't see anything with these things on. How are y'all doing today? Oh my gosh, what a trading day today. I'm going to tell you, this has been, for me, one of the most confusing days. I can't even begin to tell y'all. I started off today with Rocket Scooter having an outage. We had a complete data outage today. So we had no indicators, nothing to go by, and I was flying blind. And for some reason, I wanted to short to fill the gap. That's it. And data finally came back to the platform right here. So I was in the dark here. I did have one of my tools, which was this green line here that I always tell you guys, these bands are great pivots to trade off of. 4% of days close above, 96% of days close below. And so I took the short and the data did not come in and market flew up here. About the time I realized, oh, we don't have data. This sucks. And I kind of was trapped in it. I only had a 3 spot. And then when we tapped the upper band, I got in at 10. And I sort of scalped my way back to positive, thank God. And I was up. Took some heat, but I worked my way positive. And then some of my other accounts, my prop accounts. This is my real account. These are my prop accounts. This is the real money account that I trade, my Ninja Trader account. And those ended up, again, taking that short from there. But dude, this is just crazy. That 3% pop-up on NVIDIA completely blew my mind. Now, why would I want to short at the open? Like, I thought that the market was going to like slowly drift higher this week so that there's a room for it to respond to a lot of this news we have coming out. Remember we had, what was it? The government shutdown, right? Government shutdown had this sort of fear built up into the market where people were selling a lot of stuff last month. Let me go ahead and just blank chart here, right? No, the government shutdown, we had no data and there was nothing really to just keep boosting this market higher. Just a nice normal little correction here. And now we finally dug our way out of it. Now we're back into rally mode. So I'm not at all fearful of this market, the way that it's posing itself right now. This 25,600 level is my make or break. If we start holding any of this level, then we've got months of rallying from here. So I think we're pretty good on this. But I think that like right now, I was kind of wondering, will this market just sort of hang in here while we go through like the PCE, the ADP numbers? A lot of this stuff are coming out this week that we didn't have data for the month. We had the ADP numbers before because it's private sector, but all the government data is finally coming out, right? And so now when I look at this, looks like there's a poll in chat, by the way. Somebody said, go cast your votes down in there. Feel free to hit that poll really quick. Anyways, so I was personally thinking that this market was just going to sort of like slowly drift higher and then work its way higher and then only bump on news. Now today, the reason we ran up like this, because NVIDIA was having just one hell of a breakout. We had like a 3% move in NVIDIA right at the get-go. Let me show you guys. We're looking at that. And, pre-market trading on NVIDIA was huge. We've been selling off. And while the market itself has been recovering, NVIDIA hasn't. Finally, yesterday and today, we got the 2 little moves in NVIDIA. That big up caused that initial move, and the NVIDIA kind of reset back to where we thought it would end up. So this was just unique. I was not even like anticipating this. I got lucky to trade off of this, and then I'm kind of like debating on what I want to do from here. Probably nothing, but this sort of like megaphoning and then that drop and that reset, this is just odd behavior. And I got lucky to get out without a scratch, but I don't know. I wasn't thinking we would rally too hard, at least this week. I thought that the market would sort of span a really big range and then that we would have some really solid dips to buy on. And I mean dips like lower low dips, like an example, the 25,200 level somewhere in here, and that we would probably be closer to like 240 and 280, like somehow just sort of move and play a bigger range as we sort of saw-toothed up. But market had a whole different story right today. So it was interesting. Pre-market, we moved and popped. This is all that kind of NVIDIA fuss. And then everything else today is sort of flip-flopping. we saw a lot of rotation and a lot of heavy selling in a lot of the tech names. And then all of a sudden markets kind of like recovered a little bit. My intuition is to short off of this green line and just to play the range and not bet on a breakout. And I am sitting here thinking about doing it, but I haven't done it yet. So I don't know. I'm a little concerned with today's activity to really want to take a lot of risk here. So what do you think? Somebody says, Matt, how are you doing? Question. You missed the boot camp yesterday. I had a doctor's appointment. Can you still join? Yeah, you can. So the classes are going to be recorded and posted in the Discord. If you haven't signed up for our free boot camp, you have to sign up for our free boot camp because it's going on right now. It's 100% free. The first month, you can go through all the classes, cancel for the month ends, and you can come to our boot camp. If you haven't signed up for it, here's the link for it. And here's the code. So you're welcome to join. It's day trader training from start to finish. We go through all the fundamentals, everything you need to know about how to day trade. Prop accounts can be a big focus of that. All futures trading. Oh, thank you, Abby, for posting that. Yeah, and it's a free service. So as long as you cancel before the first month, you won't be charged for the second month. It's $20 a month otherwise. And the classes should be done before the month ends. So you guys are all welcome to join and come check it out. And I'd be part of it. So yeah, you can sign up at 4:10 p.m. So as soon as the market closes, 10 minutes later, we get started. Now, I don't really know what I feel about this market today. Every part of me is saying, we are going up. Bull market's back. All the indicators say bull market is back. And we're just slowly inching higher and inching higher and inching higher. I didn't think we were going to break out of the range just yet until we had some data to push it. But if you go look at FedWatch, we're back to about a 90% chance of a breakout. I mean, of a rate cut again for December. So we could be getting breakouts based on that. My original feeling for this was that it's going to be more like mid-May. Remember when we kind of crawled out of the hole here? I was kind of thinking that we would be sort of sitting here doing this, like just sort of dancing around this area and, sort of just hovering until news finally pushed us higher. I didn't think we were going to get strong green breakout days that kept rallying. So I think that I was expecting a day kind of like this, just sort of in the range and chilling. I could maybe take a trade off of this. What do I want to do? 25.6 is that key level that we need to hold. DD ratio is bullish, so it's not strong for a short, but a short is possible potential. Now, the resilience indicator is positive, so I kind of don't have any kind of like strong short play in front of me. Not really sure. So I don't know. I'm still debating. My feeling is that it's not going to come down. I don't know. What do you guys think about today? I need some internet sleuths here. Tell me what you think. Are we going to close above 630? Or are we going to hold it and pull back? All indicators here on S&P show today's open as support, so it's likely that we'll hold. Nothing looks bearish, at least for now, but do we get into the day sell-off? Or is it just a coin flip for now? 26,000 today? 26,000, I think, is achievable this week or next week for sure. You're neutral, but you want longs? Yeah, right? I'm neutral and I kind of want longs too. But from where? Where am I going to get that tasty long from, I get these are like appetizers, man. I want a juicy steak. I want something that's gonna push. You know what I mean? Hands off the buttons. Probably nothing, right? You got some end of the year calls? Oh, nice. Amazon's pulling back along with Microsoft. Yeah, so some of the other stocks, right, weren't as strong of movers as Nvidia was. And we get some pops and they pulled back a little bit. Amazon, Meta, same kind of thing. Microsoft is actually rallying a little harder. Yeah. I don't know. The opportunity is pretty strong if it does sell off to pull back. But I don't have any indication that there will be some selling pressure. It's very coin flippy today, and there's not a lot of momentum. And the things flip flop, and Google is selling off as well, right? Nvidia popped and dropped. Apple, Amazon, same thing. Pop, drop, pop, drop. So I don't really know. Honestly, in days like this, when you don't know, one of the best things you can do is just wait it out. I think that we'll be rallying in 2 weeks, in 3 weeks, and 4 weeks from now. I think we'll be breaking 26,000 and going really high. I think that the market's going to be very bullish and non-volatile. The VIX is just an absolute decay right now, which is good for a bull market. You know, it's very unlikely that we're going to get some big, nasty, volatile sell-off with the VIX sort of just like stabilizing low like this. But I do think that the market hasn't had any experience this month with like trading off of news. We haven't really had much. And so as the data keeps coming through and the news keeps happening, I really think that we're going to start getting some movement and pre-positioning based on that news. Now, this sort of like big old megaphoning here, I don't know if this is going to end up higher or lower or what the case is, but sitting here in the middle of this range, it's very much a coin flip. So, you know, are we going to go to which direction? Who knows? Here, not really sure. I personally feel that the market is being a little stalling to break highs, right? It's like a little bit of stalling to break out highs, and it's going to need that sort of news to get us over the next hill. We've got really nothing today. Powell's talking. I think that was what somebody said was going on, but he's probably not going to say anything that we don't already know. You know, QT has ended, right? So we got that going for us. Rate cuts in December. We got that going for us. Not really sure. Coin flip should always be long. Yeah, and so when you flip a coin, right? A coin flip should always be long. That's a great topic somebody brought up. Anytime you're going to flip a coin on the market, always flip to the long side. If you're gambling, longing is always going to be more abundant than shorting. There's always, like we talk about in the boot camp, that more days go up than down. So when it's 50-50, might as well just side with the market that's in front of you. Even in bear markets, we counted the candles yesterday in the boot camp. You know, pretty much half of your days are red and half your days are green anyway. So yeah, if I were to take a bet right now, it would be to the long side, but I don't really want to take a bet here at this particular high of the day. So I'm going to not do anything. And I think I'm going to sit out. And it's going to be like a really boring afternoon. I know, because you guys are wondering what's going to happen next. Lots of travel. The market bumped and is sitting here. Resilience is sort of on the fence, but slightly bullish. So all signs have kind of recovered, at least as far as like 20 minutes ago, right here, to where all three of these points in S&P and NASDAQ are all bullish right now, which does indicate that there's support from here. And that even if there's a dip, it's not going to be that severe. Oh, that's NASDAQ twice. Sorry, S&P here. So I'm going to say that I don't think we break highs and I don't think we break lows. And we might just sort of just sit in here and piss everybody off all day. Bulls and bears, everyone's going to lose. You have no idea what that filter did for you in your strat. Bootcamp is the key. You're such a good seller, literally really good. You know, so many HUD nuances. Then I flipped your thinking. I have always struggled to predict a high in the market. Like, where's the top? What's it going to sell off? I honestly have just never been good at predicting that. I think that's such a hard thing for me but finding dips to buy has been so much easier. And the market just is over time. It's just always more longing pressure than shorting pressure over any extended period of time. So I've always tried to be as long biased as possible. And I gotta be really convinced to be a bear or to short the market. Like 1 out of 5 of my trades or less will be shorts. And even in a bear market, I can still find dips to buy. So that's always been my style of trading. Since I started getting really good at trading, I started realizing that my weaknesses were volatile sell-off markets and shorting. When I get a good short now, I get it right. Like I do really well in the short. I can actually like, but it's very infrequent that I do it. I used to short way too much. And I would always be stuck in a trade betting that the market would come down. It would just like inch higher the whole day and just ruin your afternoon with like 1,000, you know, 1,000 little paper cuts. Like each minute it goes up like a tick and a tick, and you don't really like lose fast, you lose slow. The hardest loss to take is shorting in a bull market, and then it just keeps going higher slowly all day. That is the hardest. That's the hardest emotional journey you're going to take. It's much easier to long a market when it's crashing, take a big loss and pull the plug. That's a quick punch in the gut. You're done. But getting slammed with 1,000 little paper cuts for 8 hours when you're on the wrong side of a long, trying to short it. So many days like that when I was early on in my trading that I just can't. It's the worst feeling in the world. So I'm very picky about when I short. And I got to be like on the pivot, and I got to prove that it's going to sell, and I got to have the indicators lining up. Yeah. Deduct where the top is and let the market confirm and get in. Yeah, exactly what I did today. This trade was actually pretty interesting. I tried to thumb a short because I believed that we would trade in a range. I believed that we would actually end up down here. It just so happens NVIDIA took us on a detour before we got to it. And so my initial trade was something small. I shorted 3 contracts, and then Rocket Scooter data didn't come out. And then it popped to here, and by the time I was like, oh crap, we don't have data. I need confluence, which is this white line, to trade at this white line here. And when we popped there and I didn't have anything to go off of, I was like, well, I'm very close to my next possible entry. Maybe like take that. So when we got up to here, I actually shorted 10 total, so 7 more. And then I didn't like what I saw, and I closed it down to 6. So I was actually down -6. Then we confirmed the drop below it. I went to -7. Then we bounced around a little bit, and then we confirmed the drop below it. I jumped in on the 10 again. And as we fell, I closed to 6 again here. And then when we fell to there, I closed back down to my original 3. I got my cost basis of 3 moved from there to there. And then finally, Rocket Scooter data came in right here. And then it went against me. And then I closed out that 3 with like a $3,000 loss. And then the market bounced again. And then that one candle came through here, and we tapped the green line. And I jumped in one more time with 3 or 4. I don't remember. And then I rode it pretty much all the way to there and closed out. And I ended up turning that whole roundabout day into a tiny little win on that, and then a decent win on that. But yeah, once it lost the key level with some velocity and tapped it from the bottom, then I jumped in on it. Confirmation is extremely important when shorting. You can't just bet that a bull market's going to come down, because markets are very buoyant. They like to float up. But when you lose a key level, that's the same thing. 100%. Confirmation is important for shorting. With longing, I take maybe longs all the time. Like, yeah, maybe it'll go up. Might as well pull the trigger. It's probably going to go up. And if it dips, I'll just add more. That mentality's held me for a long time. But in shorting, it's like, I need to get that pivot on the point. So one problem you face after learning a profitable strategy, I've asked this question to all the hosts. Well, listen to my problem that I have faced. When learning a profitable strategy, which kind of like ask that in a different way. So what are you actually asking? What is a problem I faced in my journey to become profitable? What is a problem I have had since I've been profitable? Like before or after? Like your question. I'm gonna read what you guys are saying. So he said, does Battery publish his track record? Yeah, this account that I'm trading, I show the entire P&L and stats and history of this account every day on my stream. including the account number, including the stats, the win rate, everything, and the balance. Yes. Before this, the last year I traded props. I went live with 3 prop firms. I'm about to go live with 4th. I'm currently fighting to get a world record balance with another prop. This is all track record. I won the BDH tournament. I won the ETF tournament. I peaked top 5 in the Robbins Cup in 2024, and then I just got bored with it. I probably finished like in 7th place, something like that. That's track record, right? I guess that's close enough. Boxer briefs or free balling? Boxer briefs together. Never wear boxers. Never wear briefs. I got the combo. That's it. So knowing when the strategy is not working, get out and wait for strategy market to get back in. Yeah. That Sky knows ball. Oh yeah, 100%. So your question, what is the one problem I face? Trader D official. Can you ask that question differently? I don't understand what you're asking. I think you're asking one problem you face after learning a profitable strategy. One of the hardest things that I'm going to tell you when it comes to profitability is forcing yourself into consistency with it. A lot of times, if you go on a win streak, you tend to backslide a little bit. Like you can get overly confident and then make stupid decisions. If you're on a losing streak, you can also take dumber paths, right? Okay, your question is, okay, let me see what you're asking. What's the one problem after learning a profitable strategy is most of the people have a problem before they have any strategy. Yeah, okay, good. So I'm answering it kind of the way you asked it. The answer is after you become profitable is where do you go from there, right? Is trading just a routine at that point and you do the same thing every day, being consistent with that and not seeking further excitement from the market is probably one of the hardest things that the upper tiers to do. Like, okay, you know, some of you may just be starting out and a lot of you are probably thinking, man, I wish I had $1 million in my bank account. Yeah, it's cool, right? It feels cool. It feels cool to go cash buy a $300,000 car. Like I went down and wired the money and yeah, it feels cool, right? Right. The first time you get there, it feels cool. But as you stay there and you get like, you know, certain like level as you start to grow your wealth, it no longer feels cool. It feels normal, right? It's like, okay, where do I go from here? Or do you get an itch, right? Should I make more, risk more? And the hardest thing to do once you become successful or profitable or whatever is to not have that feeling like you desire or want more. This is a human thing. You can start becoming reckless and lose everything. You can start becoming like, I guess, like overly confident and then make big mistakes. What you did to get there, you need to stay the course and you need to make small improvements to your game to get better. Just like any skill set you're practicing, the upper echelon, it's like to go from like 50% proficiency on a scale of 0 to 100 to 60 will take you X amount of time. To go from 60 to 70, it's longer. From 70 to 80, it's longer. 80 to 90, it's longer. And then when you're at 95%, to go from 95 to 96%, it's crazy. Like the fine tweaking at the top are small changes that take years to master. Like becoming like just that much better when you're at the top takes a long time to master. So you're gonna have to learn that you're not taking big step changes in your gains. Like if you go from, I was 30% win rate, now the 50% win rate, that's great. But what if going from 50 to 55 takes 10 times as long as going from 30 to 50? You have to be comfortable sitting in your seat for longer without seeing instant changes. And then you don't get bored with that complacency and pressure yourself to push harder or want more and to try harder, because you can ultimately lose everything you've made and start over. The first minute you're like, you make $1 million and you're like, man, I'm going to make 20 million now. Like that's a whole different layer. It's a whole different level of skill set. Like what you did that works, focus on being consistent with what works and not taking leaps because of boredom or complacency, right? And that as you get better, you're going to have to realize it's going to take longer periods just to get slightly better once you're really good. You're not going to be like, oh, it took me a year to go from 50 to 60% win rate. It took me another year to go from 60 to 90. You don't really make big leaps the better you get. It's any kind of proficiency in any kind of skill. And you have to learn that you have to be committed to it and committed to the discipline you have with it and keep trying along that same path to not make dumber mistakes because now you got money burning a hole in your pocket or whatever. You might be like, oh, I've got money now. Let me go waste it. Let me go risk it. Let me do something crazy. But then it becomes like one of the worst decisions you can make, if that makes any sense. That makes sense? Like, you know what I mean? Your strategy that made $1 million from 100,000 may not work for $1 million to 10 million. So you can't become overly confident. Base hits, keep the merry-go-round going. Yeah, I mean, that's 100% accurate. Well, my intuition would have been to take a short, but I'm just watching it at this point. Does that answer your question a little bit? It's not only just the money thing or the success part of it. It's you're gonna have to get used to being complacent because you're gonna plateau the whole way up. You're gonna plateau, get better, plateau, get better, plateau, get better. But the difference, the distances of how long you plateau is gonna get longer and longer and longer the better you get. Because it just takes like a lifetime to master that next little incremental change. To go from master to grandmaster could take a whole lifetime. But to go from like amateur to pro could be quicker, and pro to master less quick, master to grandmaster a lifetime to master. So when you get complacent in those long strides, you have to kind of just maintain consistency and you're kind of back at square one. You may have a personal battle of complacency and you may not feel successful because you're not growing as fast as you wanted to be. And then you come to another psychological barrier you got to overcome. That makes a little sense, I guess. When Matt wants to sell, you should put your house in that cell. Hey, it's intuition, man. I had no evidence of this. I'm going to sit on the sidelines and just watch this. How many trades do I take per week on average? Per day, I'll probably, now it depends on trades, like number of contracts. Sometimes it's been like 10 and 30 a day. That might be bundled up into like 1 or 2 trades. Typically on the most trades I'll do, which is like a full in and a full out, not counting contracts. Like I've had days where I've done like 10. On the average day, 2 or 3 is pretty normal. I'll make like 2 or 3 pretty good runs and then I'm done. And those might be between like 1 and 10 contracts each. So that's pretty average per day. I don't trade like 20, 30 different in and outs a day. A couple and that's it. I wait for the high probability setups and then I'm done. Yeah. The less you do, the better in trading. Like you don't want to try to chase every little thing that moves. I think the less is more philosophy is how I am. Bro, this day today, man. Look at this. My intuition was right that we play in this range. So I don't even know at this point. No clue. Yeah. Great question, though. You will plateau again at a certain point in your journey, even when you feel like you've made it. You made your first $1 million in life, in business. Okay, where do you go from there? Well, you can repeat the same thing you did and make another $1 million, or how do you stretch it to 10 million? Well, that's a whole nother skill set. How do you go from the next layer of growth? You're always going to hit hurdles, plateaus in any kind of growth in life. And once you become successful at trading, you're going to learn that there's still infinite, places you can travel to in your skills. And you're going to have to be okay with taking longer and longer journeys just to get slightly better. And that's mastering anything. You pick up a guitar, learn how to play Wonderwall in a weekend, and then take it to a party and get that chick's number. Sure. And then but you want to play in a band. Okay. You have to practice for a couple months. You want to sell out a stadium. You got to practice for a lifetime, just to take those steps. It gets kind of like you're committed, right, to growth. And I've seen some people, get very well, have their first big victory, and then try to scale it out and then lose it all and then start all over from square one, and that frustration causes them to quit or to not really progress further. So good question. Yeah. So you guys have any more questions for me? How do I overcome the emotions during trading? Yeah. So this is a very key part of the boot camp. Emotions emotions are always going to be there and you can always hear them. It's like a sound coming through a radio. The radio doesn't have an off button. The radio is always playing and you can always hear it, but the radio does have a volume button. You can turn it down very low to where you barely hear it, but you can never turn it off. So emotions will always be present. The goal is you need to walk a fine line. You can't trade too crazy to the loss side that you're miserable, that you're depressed, that you're sad, that you're angry, that you're feeling all the stages of grief, like somebody just died that was close to you or something. You're feeling all these acceptance, denial, depression sort of feelings. That's one problem. But you also shouldn't be trading to where when you make a whole lot of money, you're like flexing and bragging, high-fiving your friends. Bro, look how much money I made today. If you're bragging about how much you make in a single day, you're trading too big. And that trading too big is what creates the negative emotions when you lose, because you also lose too big. So again, if you're high-fiving your friends on the trade that you made, it's automatic sign that you're trading too big. You should never trade to where the win is big enough you want to celebrate or the loss is big enough you want to cry. So to walk that fine line, to force that dial of emotions down to like 1, you just have to trade small enough to where you don't feel anything either way. I tell people, if you're struggling with emotions like today, like this is a day I'm sure a bunch of you on a roller coaster. And I'm about to call out a bunch of y'all. Market jumped up, you decided to chase the long. Market fell out. You're like, oh crap, I'm upside down. Okay, whatever. Close my long. I'm negative. Let me go ahead and short it. Oh my God, I was wrong. I was originally right though. Okay, let me get back in on the long. Holy crap, I'm upside down. Okay, let me short it. Oh my God, I'm wrong again, right? And then each time you get like worse and worse and worse and worse on this like roller coaster today, right? And so the problem that makes you panic and freak out is that the loss gets too big. And the way that emotions get bad is that they're just too big or too small. That volume is at a 5, or a 7 on both sides. You hear it too much. So if you're trading like 3 or 4 contracts and you get stuck in that kind of like you're desynced with the market, like to say you're desynced, you're chasing and then it goes the other way, and then you're chasing and it goes the other way, right? Anytime that you're desynced, it's going to create like an emotional spiral for you. And it's going to be really hard to get out of. And you're going to feel something, especially if you got your ass kicked today. You're going to feel something tomorrow and the next day and the next day. It could probably traumatize you for months, maybe forever. Some people, they're very much affected by the emotions of trading. So if you want to learn how to deal with emotions, it's very simple to walk that line, take the position size you currently trade right now and cut it by 1/10. If you're trading 5 minis, trade 5 micros starting today. Do that for 3 months, and you will learn that the wins, you're not texting your friends and high-fiving your girlfriend or whatever. You're not, oh, look at this win. Oh, like the one win you had, you're like, dude, look at this win I got, man. Bro, 2 more of these, I'm going to quit my job till my boss go fuck himself, man. Screw this. I'm going to be a trader for life. If one trading day makes you feel that way, it's already too big. That amount of money, is that meaningful to you? It's too big. If it swings the other way, it's going to be too big to the loss side. If you have those feelings, dial it back. If you want to force yourself to dial it back, 1/10 of your normal position and trade small for months. The wins, you're not going to be thinking you're going to quit your job and buy the Ferrari you want. The losses won't make you cry. You will force yourself into a place of discipline where every single thing you do is just another day. Your loss is not big. Your win is not big. If you went on today's emotional roller coaster of being out of sync with the market, you lost 5 times in a row, and it was 5 tiny losses. That wasn't even as big as your normal big loss. It was 10 times the size. So what I tell people is to cut your position by 1/10 and literally trade with just enough to feel anything with that volume at 1. Like if you're trading with a couple micros, you'll be up and down $50 instead of $500, right? It's not enough to really hurt or celebrate, but it's enough to train your foundation fundamentals of day trading in the realm of that sweet spot where your emotions need to be in check. It's going to be loud enough. If you take like 5 or 6 or 7 losses, yeah, you might start to hear those feelings again. But your bank account won't reflect massive losses where it's traumatizing you in the future. And then as you start to get the hang of feeling okay, then increase your position size. Like I said, if you had 5 minis, now trade 5 micros. After a couple weeks, you're like, oh, I feel absolutely comfortable with this. Okay, trade 6. Okay, 7. Okay, 8. And then get to the size that when you take a big loss or become out of sync with the market, it hurts. And then that's the limit. That's when you're trading too big. So if you trade right underneath that limit, then trading just becomes a business at that point. It's just math and numbers. You see me up or down the same amount every day I trade. It's really very rarely, if it's not these prop accounts that I'm gunning for the world records where I'm trying to get like 30 to 50K days. In normal, you're going to see me -10 +10, -10 +10. That's normal. And I don't really have any feelings to lose 10 or to make 10. That to me is my version of normal. And I'm perfectly comfortable. I can lose 10,000 5 days in a row and I still don't feel sick to my stomach. I can win 10,000 5 days in a row and IDOC and I aren't, planning a trip to celebrate, right? So I'm also operating in that range to where I don't feel anything both ways. And when you're in that sweet spot, naturally, emotions will just, that dial will become like a 1 on that volume dial. It naturally will happen. You can't tell yourself don't feel anything. You just have to like basically step back and play small and then work your way up. If you're trading 5, don't be okay, let me trade smaller, let me trade 4 minis. No, take a drastic step to the point of perfect comfort, get used to trading in comfort, and then slowly step up. That by far is the coaching I give everybody in the boot camp. And that people have said has been life-changing advice. Because you have to decide in any kind of computer system or physical system, we call that a step change. And you have to find where your harmony is, where your sweet spot is. So what you'll need to do is take a step change, but you can't step back. If you're feeling bad, like with this big position, you can't step back slowly. You need to immediately go to the other side of the spectrum where the feelings go from big to non-existent, right? And then you're going to slowly step forward until you find the part where you're comfortable with. And that's it. And that's what everybody should do. If you want a good rule of thumb, set a daily loss limit that if you lose 5 days in a row, and this is from today's bootcamp class, by the way, if you lose 5 days in a row, that amount of money on Friday, say that you lose Monday and Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, right? And on Friday, the worst feeling in the world is to like, and I remember these, I've had plenty of days like this in the past, but when you get to like that Friday and you've just lost so much, you're sick to your stomach. Like you just feel awful that your weekend is ruined, right? You're not hanging out with your friends, you're sulking, you don't want to talk to anybody. Then you're trading too big, right? So the rule of thumb I tell people is that make an amount that you lose in a day. And then if you lose that amount 5 days in a row, by the 5th day, if you feel sick to your stomach, plan it in your head right now. Say like, how much could you lose in a week to where you feel uncomfortable? Only you know that number, right? Is it $5,000? Is it $50? Is it $500,000? Like that amount, as long as you can like lose 5 days in a row, because you shouldn't be losing 5 days in a row, even luck of the market. You should at least win a couple of days in there, just even accidentally, with the randomness of the market. You should get half of your trades right or wrong most of the time. Nobody trades at a 0% win rate, right? Some of you probably like hold my beer, right? But at least some of you guys got 10, 20, 30, 40%. You should win 1 or 2 days in there. So worst case scenario, you lose every single day. That amount, as long as the worst amount of losses and that amount you experience, the worst amount of losses, is okay to you, then divide that by 5 and that's your daily loss. That's a great upper cap to have. If you're like, okay, maybe it's not by feelings, maybe you're actually limited by how much money you do have. Say that you make $10,000 a month in your paycheck. Say that you have $1,000 left over to spend in trading. So now $1,000 per month is all you have. You have $250 a week to blow, and that's $50 a day, right? And if you go over that limit, then you're out of budget. You'll run out of time by the end of the month before you get paid again, right? So you can set a budget for yourself to either budget the money you do have or budget emotionally. Like if you have a huge pot of money and you want to trade, how much is too big? Well, there's no such thing as a too big or too small. A lot of these trading gurus will throw out like rules of thumb of like lose 3% a day or 10% a day. That's all horse shit. It's really a you thing. You decide what you're comfortable with, and that's the risk you're going to take. Nobody else can decide it for you. And everybody's like childhood traumas and like upbringing is what leads them to have their own feelings towards money. The position sizing is battling your feelings towards money. And nobody's rules are suited for you. Only your rules are suited for you. So I teach people how to find those rules. Yeah, 6, 7. That's the way to do it. And basically start small and step up small. Don't start big and then lose a lot and get traumatized and then not know how to recover. Start small and step up small, and it'll be a great rule of thumb. Do the 5-day rule, losing 5 days in a row. What's comfortable to you? If I lose 10K a day for 5 days in a row, I'm down 50. Do I feel bad about that? I don't. Do I feel excited about winning 50? I don't. So I'm like, okay, 10K is good. 12K is my daily, which is, you know, it might seem like a lot of money to some people. It may not seem like a lot of money to some people. That's why my rule is only good for me and your rule is good for you. And you can't use someone else's rule for you. When I got started as an engineer, I might have like a couple $1,000s left over after every paycheck, right, to throw into the market. And I'm trading with like $5,000 accounts and $10,000 accounts. That's it. You know, losing all the $10,000 in a single trade. Yeah, that hurt back then a whole lot. I had to wait a whole month to get money again, right? You know, 15 years ago. The comfort level you have will also grow as you grow. If you start making a little bit more, you might be taking a little bit more risk. But just like that question from earlier is if, you know, you make your first million, you want to go to 10, you're not upping your risk by 10. You're not taking enormous step changes because that's a whole different set of emotions. You don't know how you're going to feel at the 10 million range based on what you did at the 1 million range. Same thing, the 100,000 range, you don't know what you're going to feel at the million range. As you change, you're going to have to find new ways to step into new risk. And that's a business like mindset to have with any business that you take risk in. Like you don't get your first successful Subway sandwich shop or sub shop. And then all of a sudden you're like, okay, this one's doing good. Let me franchise 40 of them tomorrow, right? You're going to open up a second location and then a third and then maybe 2 more and then 3 more, then 5 more, then 20 more, right? So you're not going to take tremendous leaps in your growth because you have to step into any kind of risk you do take. And growth is always built by step changes. So hopefully that's some good advice for you guys. Somebody said scale down to scale up. Yeah. Somebody said best advice, longevity, scale down. Like if you're like struggling with passing evals and you're blowing up your MyFunded accounts left and right, and you just kind of don't know what you're doing. Trust me when I say, if you start trading it, I can't give you investment advice, but in the prop world, this isn't investment advice. This is just general advice. If you were to trade 1/10 of your normal position, you're probably going to feel different. I can't make guarantees to you or promises to you. This is, you know, just friendly advice from a friend. You'll probably feel different. You're going to feel different, hopefully better, hopefully like more control, less stressful. You will notice a change in your feelings that is completely linearly correlated with the amount of your position. The bigger the position, the louder the feelings. And that's literally it. And so you're going to have to just figure that out. If you take a drastic cut, I mean, trade very small, you're like, holy crap, I used to blow up like 10 MyFundedFutures accounts a day. And now I made this one last for 2 weeks trading micros. I'm not making anything, but I'm practicing trading with some risk, but I'm not blowing it up every minute, right? So that usually people say that one step change was enough to let them reset themselves to the right spot. And then emotions just naturally got so quiet you can hear them. So that's my best advice for position sizing. And that's actually from today's bootcamp class, because today is all about position sizing. Y'all can actually, the speech I gave today is going to be repeated today in the afternoon on the bootcamp. So, yeah. I've been through the ups and downs, man. Like these days, it's so interesting because when I say you guys watch me trade, and I always ask people like, what do you notice when I trade? Like if you could describe how I trade in one word, like what do you observe? Most people say calm. Most people say collected. Most people say unbothered, right? People say that when I trade, I seem to be so effortless. Like today, like I was upside down. I lost down maybe like 10K before I dug out of the hole. And then I was like in the trade and I was telling a story. Then I closed the trade. Then it bumped up. I was telling a story. I got another trade, telling a story, casually closed. I'm casually doing stuff. But the casually is not because I'm not putting a lot of thought into it. It's just because I'm trading in the sweet spot that I don't feel anything. I don't feel stressed. I don't feel bothered. I don't feel anxious. I'm focused. But the people say I make it look effortless or I make it look like I'm unconcerned or unbothered. But that's just because my position size is dialed into whatever it is. I don't feel anything either way. And that allows me to feel personally like myself to feel unbothered, unscathed, confident, cool, calm, collected when I trade. Because I'm never taking enough risk. That's the whole random challenge I did. I was like, I'm not going to blow up this account. And somebody was like, yeah, but what if you do? And I go, I won't. Well, how do you know you won't? Because I get to choose where I close my position. I'm not going to choose to let myself blow up. How are you confident that's going to happen? I'm 100% confident I'm not going to blow up. Even if I lose 20 trades in a row, I won't blow up. I control the size of the position. The fact that I know that gives me extreme amount of confidence when I trade. I'm never going to blow up an account because that's kind of how it works. Now, prop accounts are different. Yeah, I'll bust prop accounts left and right like anyone else would. Evals and stuff, those are challenging. But I mean like a real funded futures, like a real account with real money in it, I'll never blow one up. Not since I get good at trading, because I have full control over where I close, and I close every time before that happens. I always dial up my risk when I'm losing, and it will never happen. And it's so crazy to hear somebody say that they'll never blow up an account. But when you realize that you have full control over where you exit a trade, you can't control over making money. The market determines if you make money or not. But you control how much you're willing to lose and how much you're willing to bet. And you have control over that every time, despite what the market does. So if you actually blow up accounts because you choose to let it happen. And so making sure that I keep my risk in that sweet spot means no matter what happens on an average day, I'm totally cool. Like a trade went against me, down 10. Trade goes in my favor, up 10. I'm never phased or bothered because it didn't go up 50 or 60, and I don't get that weird deer in the headlights sticker shock moment. So for you, if you find that sweet spot at some point in your future, hopefully you'll be able to say, I'm never going to blow up an account either. Prop accounts are different. They're harder challenges. Failure is higher in a prop account than a real account. So don't think that it's impossible or that you're going to find a way to never lose a prop account. That will happen. They are significantly harder than a real account. But to feel emotionless when you trade your like real account or when you go live, it's all related to your position size. And you'll have more confidence the smaller you trade. Somebody says, I trade with complete confidence and competence. And that's rehearsal, right? I'm just so rehearsed in my strategy. I kind of know what I need to do. And when I have to wing it, I still kind of know how to wing it around it. And that just comes with practice and longevity. You spend 10 years doing something, you'll be able to play your guitar in the dark. You don't have to stare at the fretboard, you know, like you get proficient in any skill that you practice. You'll be able to like, you know, just operate very cleanly and become fluid, you know, in any new thing that you do practicing. But also making sure that you have a correct sizing based on your emotional side. That'll keep you from deviating from your strategy and then spiraling out of control and doing stupid stuff. What is my strategy? Volume prediction techniques. So I use certain techniques inside of this platform that I have to predict volume pivots. And then I use confluence off of arbitrage indicators to track what the stocks are doing. And then I bet on the index based on the stocks. The lines at the bottom of my screen are arbitrage indicators. And this one as well. At the top of the screen, they tell me what the stocks are doing all at once, and I trade the index around it. I find volume pivots on the index, and then I make bets based on what the stocks are doing. Currently, right now, everything is bullish across the board here. So I'm not wanting to short this because this white line's above zero, and therefore I'll trade it in the direction of the stocks. And as you see, it's sort of like no longer selling off, right? That's the simplicity of my strategy. Is I find volume pivots. I use a really regimented risk management style. And then I just trade up my volume pivots and I use the confluence to size my bet further. Like I know my maximum bet size I'll do. With full confidence, I'll take it. With half confidence, I'll take half. With some confidence, I'll take a tenth. I'll trade really small as well. Like, so I use my confluence to dictate how big I'm going to trade. Fully confident, bigger bet. Not so confident, smaller bet. The Rockets here have a Black Friday sale. We do have a Black Friday and a Cyber Monday sale. Now, again, it's over. Actually, hold on. I didn't end the deal yet. It's supposed to be over at noon today. I was going to close it off on stream, but I'll close it off after. We have a Black Friday sale on our side. Our boot camp is free for the first month. Our tools are half price for the first month. And then lifetime is $1,500 off, which is the cheapest it's ever going to be because price is about to go up. So that was our Black Friday sale, yeah. Appreciate you, Byte Logic, man. Thanks for the commentary, man. What separates a trader keeps blowing accounts from one who becomes consistently profitable, even both have the same strategy? Well, maybe it's because the box of what you define as a strategy is not encompassing the thing that sets those two traders apart. There's certainly something missing in one of those traders' strategies than the other. They're not identical. A strategy for me is not just where you enter, where you exit, but it's position sizing. and having a scaled confidence level that I'm very confident in this trade or I'm not, and the correct confluence indicators to tell you how big to bet. The difference between a winning trader and a losing trader is how they size their position correctly based on the confidence they have. If you don't have I'm this confident, therefore I'm betting this big, or I'm not that confident, I'm betting this small, and you don't have a rigid system on doing that risk management, you're not going to win. For me, I have strict rules. If all of my indicators are bullish, then I'm very bullish. If some of them are bullish, then I'm trading half the size. If one of them is bullish, I'm trading a tenth of the size. If I have full confluence in a short, normal size. Slight lack of confluence in the short, don't take the short. I follow those rules almost always. Today, I shorted without the confluence for the first time in as rare as I do. This was a greater fundamental reason that I believe we'd be trading in a range. So therefore, I didn't want to just sit here and do nothing. I didn't want to trade the range. But I still take the short with regimented risk management, even if it goes against the strategy I have. Managing risk is everything, the difference between winning and losing traders. Predicting the market, nobody can predict the market. A winning trader and a losing trader is not based on their predicting abilities. The skill sets that do line up for profitable traders are risk management, which means position sizing and confluence. Stop loss discipline, which means when you're done, you're done. You don't go into emotional spirals. You take your fixed loss, you're done. You have a stop loss system that you follow, and it matches with everything else. And then entry efficiency, which means you're entering the trade at the right spot. Like if the market's falling, there's a difference between somebody that longs here and somebody that longs here. Can your strategy tailor you to be closer to here than to here? The more efficient your entry is, the bigger your reward to risk ratio is. So all these different components attack different things that make traders fail. And then market avoidance strategy, which nukes your profitability. Trading too much nukes your profitability because the market is random. So over time, your results are going to be random or nothing. If you exploit something, exploit it the frequency that it happens and don't overtrade. Overtrading will draw you right back to the middle of the average of the house has the advantage and you don't. The more you trade, the more that'll be realized and you'll lose. So you have to trade not too much that the house is winning off of its edge. You can't trade too big that you go into emotional spirals whenever you win and lose. You have to have rigid stop loss philosophy so that you know to get out of the trade when you're wrong and give that discipline to yourself to lock in the risk side of your reward to risk ratio. You have to make sure your entry efficiency is good to lock in the reward side of your reward to risk ratio, meaning that you don't nuke 20% of your gain because you chased the long at the wrong spot. All of these different components attack everything. And then you want a high win rate, only attack trades at your A+ setups with the full confluence that you go with. That ups your win rate. So each one of those things attacks each one of those pieces. And you're kind of mastering all of it at once. It's a profitable trader. So a trader that keeps blowing accounts and one that's consistently profitable, I'm going to say is that probably all lies in risk management. You're constantly blowing accounts. You probably got some kind of very poor implementation of like how big you're trading. But yeah, so each of those things I said, if you guys want to clip that and release that or whatever, that's each of those parts of what I said attack each one of those things. And so you're kind of like trading in a balancing act of doing all of it at once. All right. When I say the house, I mean in general, trading, you don't have an advantage, right? The Citadels of the world, the market makers of the world can see your orders before anyone else can. They've got an advantage. They can front run your trades. They can do all kind of stuff you can't do. So over time, you will lose day trading to, like, if you trade all day, every day, you will lose trading. You don't have a physical edge over the people that are making the markets for you. But you do have a physical edge in small pieces and places in the middle of all the trading where you can exploit something. Like I do, I don't trade all the time. I only exploit what I know is going to work with a high probability, and I don't trade anywhere in between it. So you can have an edge in small burps against the overall house edge, but overall price action, all up and down, you'll ultimately lose just the market in general because you don't have that clairvoyance that, you know, the dealers and the exchanges have. So you have to trade as little as possible and efficient enough to get good R&R, sit out when it doesn't work, and trade small enough to go in emotional spirals. And so mastering trading is mastering all those things at one time, working on all of them at the same time. The easiest way to get a good start, like I tell people, to cut your position size by 1/10. That's an immediate change that tomorrow you will start seeing a difference in your feelings construct while trading. You'll start to develop confidence when you're trading too small that you don't care about the wins or losses. It's slightly better than paper trading. You're not making anything, you're not losing anything, and that's where you're going to develop a lot of your entry level skills to get you to proficient as a trader. Not mastering trading, not making a ton of money, but proficient, right? Where you're able to attack the market with confidence, build your skills, right? So Jaro says, all the times you lost become historical data in your mind. You journaled how and why and when you lost, and now, oh boy, right? And when you're journaling, I got to get out here in a couple of minutes, but journaling is very important, especially if you're a new trader. And journaling should be more about journaling your emotions and how you felt when you were trading, not journaling your trading strategy. A lot of people, I always call like strategy analysis and journaling are two separate things. A lot of people, when they're journaling, they'll say, well, I bought at the fair value gap and I put the stop loss here and the market went against me and then I moved my stop 20 points and did this and lost. That's not journaling. That's a waste of your time if you're trying to journal. That is called strategy analysis, where you're analyzing the technical part of your trading strategy. Journaling should be like, I woke up late, I rushed to my desk, I had a lot of stuff going on, bills were due, and I was very much of a hurry to make some money this week. And I put in a trade, and then I lost a ton of money, and then I doubled down and I lost a ton more. That's effective journaling, right? You're not even talking about the strategy you did. That's a whole nother book, 2 books. That, analyze your strategy away from the emotions, analyze the emotions away from the strategy. And you put the two together, that's your overall analysis of your performance. But journaling needs to find corrective behaviors and how you are and how you felt. You can identify and isolate patterns. Like, oh my God, every time I wake up late, I have a shitty trading day. Every time I don't have my coffee, I tend to be kind of lazy on my trades. Like, you start to find things that you can change about yourself in one side, and then strategy analysis, which is isolated from the emotions, you can actually figure out holes in your approach and your strategy. So doing them separately, extremely important to do them different, right? Try to do one without the other and one without the other. If you try to do it all together, it's too much info at once. How are you going to take a corrective action if your entry is terrible, your stop is terrible, your position size is terrible, your emotions are terrible? Like, where do you start, right? What do you tweak first? So I always tell people in journaling, put your emotion stuff first. Like, how did you feel? Like a journal. Like, hello, diary. Oh, today was such a great day. I woke up feeling so happy. Oh, I woke up feeling depressed. Like, these things are important. You're going to find demons that you got inside of you when trading that you're going to have to battle apart from, your technical analysis, right? That's all part of it. So both are extremely important. The easiest one is the feeling side of stuff. Most people come to the conclusion of, man, I'm an emotional wreck when I trade. No matter how good your strategy is, you're not going to be able to pilot that airplane well if you're just a wreck upstairs and in your heart, These things are extremely important to all traders, yeah. Well, this was like boot camp lesson number 2, because today's lesson is all about this position sizing, man. But right, work on this part and this part, right? That's the hardest. That is your real trading battle. You can learn any kind of trading strategy, rocket scooter, ICT. You can learn all this stuff in a month's time. But the art of mastering it is all the auxiliary stuff I talked about today. And you really got to dig out, do you have limiting factors that you can't see on the chart, right? For most people, dude, it's like childhood traumas, man, that you're battling in the market. Something you dealt with as a kid that you're battling as an adult. As always that case. You're gonna have to work through it. All right, I'm out, guys. I got to get out of here, but thanks for tuning in. I'm gonna stream probably for like 30 minutes, and I'm gonna take off on my own channel. So come on over and hang out for a little bit. And then we'll see y'all in boot camp today afternoon. So thanks for tuning in, guys, and I'll see y'all later.
Hello. Well. What's up, peeps? It's the afternoon, and we have Trump speaking at 2 p.m. Trump speaking at 2 p.m. I'm still long bias. And what I'm looking at personally, we just took previous hourly low and an SMT with, actually, is there an SMT versus this low? Yes. Okay, previous hourly low. Right here, actually. What crazy back and forth we've had today. And today at the end, we'll have a winner for 150K pro account, by the way, as always. How fun. The thing is, Trump is speaking at 2. We could end up coming down a bit more. We haven't really inverted this yet. So not yet for the longs, for me at least. Okay. Okay, what else I want to do? Let me erase and clean up everything here a bit. Clean up some things. Crazy drop there, right? I still have upside targets for NASDAQ, which is why I'm still bull bias. This whole move down lower was kind of crazy. All right, so basically, let's look at this. So far, NASDAQ has found roadblocks here and here. Right? So we've had 2 lower highs happen. I wouldn't go long until we invert this, personally. And then, I'd aim for new high day and 4-hour buy side. What is Trump speaking about at 2 p.m., you guys? Let's see. Tanya for president. Oh, yeah, look at my shirt. Thanks. You guys like my shirt? All right. Am I wearing my glasses? Yes. Cool. It says chop, chop, chop. Yeah, I know, right? Oh my gosh, you guys. Kind of annoying morning for me. I was trying longs and I got stopped. Stopped here, tried again, then stopped break even. And then I decided this wick annoyed me so much I was going to re-enter and I got out of this wick, thankfully. Thankfully, it just stopped there. So look how much it dropped past that. And 66% of the chat, my stream today was bullish as well. It's a shame we couldn't get there. But I have to look at the lens also that the 4-hour for NASDAQ, if it wants to load, okay, still inverted. We didn't close below it. Even though it was nasty, we came down all the way back down to this bullish one. That's where low of the day is today. Right? So can't get too bearish either. Let me take out this. There we go. Let's see, what is Trump speaking about at 2 p.m.? All right. Chat. Are the bulls cooked? What do you guys think? What is your bias for the afternoon? Personally, I'm looking at the 5, right? So I have a little note here of how I would engage with the markets in the afternoon. A million notes here. Do I have a strong conviction on a daily or weekly draw on liquidity? I honestly think that we are heading for this for NASDAQ on the daily. Did we have a manipulation yet? Yeah, we did. We had that huge drop down here and also previous hourly low taken. Personally, I want this low to stay intact then. And I want highs to start get broken to the upside. Otherwise bulls might be cooked, right? So I'll have some alerts in case we do go back below here. So keep in mind, Trump is speaking at 2. I personally think he, pumps the markets, what he typically does. Question is, are we going to have a manipulation at that time? It's a good question. But yeah, so far, bears have been keeping it down. I'm getting back up all the way up to here. I mean, this was a nice buy up here. I managed to make some progress back on my losses from this morning on this long here, but still down for today because I took 2 lovely L's. Okay. Thing is, though, let's say I'm currently right on the day. That's going to happen. Price isn't going to move exactly how you think it will. Just a matter of staying sane enough to not just go batshit crazy on your accounts and blow yourself up. Yes, honestly, it's not as. Let me see. Here to here. Put this bearish FEG. Didn't reach it. And also here as well for this 5 minute. Certainly weaker. I think we're still up on the day. Well, ES is completely flat. And NASDAQ is up 0.6%. Choppuccino. Okay. And yeah, and another part of my afternoon game plan typically is I need a 5-minute break of structure and a FEG. So far, we haven't really gotten that here. Need a break of a swing high. See the previous hourly low for an ES. Oh yeah, it dipped below it. Then not really much. I would have wanted it really to be better than that. Yeah, we haven't even made it really a higher high yet. All right. Lovely. What is he talking about at 2 p.m. chat? Do you guys know? I'm about to look it up. Financial Juice typically has more info. I don't even see it on here. Let me see. I'm going to check the chat now. Tanya, regarding multi-time frame analysis, do you need that 1 hour trend to align with your 5-minute entry? Or do you take counter trend scalps if the setup is clean? The counter trend scalps, I'm not allowed to do for sure. I'm terrible at those. I'm just terrible. Even if I'm up, like I'll continue holding and not take the profit, or I'll add in a bad area. So that's why I just can't do counter trend scalping. It's like rarely is a setup clean. It'll be clean and then it'll reverse, right? Putin spoke now, Trump reply. The weekly open area, I had it. Wait, where is it? I had it before. Yeah, we've been gravitating around it quite a bit. I'm glad, Jero. Where's Jade Cap? I don't know. What do I think about NASDAQ London low being relatively equal, I think, to yesterday? I think we're so far away from that we got bought up in the 4 hour that I wouldn't really be thinking about that unless we got literally back down to like a new low day. Yeah, Gyro. I remember the dollar lunch. Tanya, if I take a bad trade, do I just get sent to detention, or is the punishment just losing money? Asking for a disciplined friend. You get sent to timeout. You get sent to timeout. You get banhammered. No, so the punishment's losing money. Yeah, it depends on how much money do you want to lose. Someone asked me yesterday, it was like, how do you stop over trading, revenge trading? And honestly, I was like, well, maybe you just haven't lost enough money yet for it to be painful enough for you to make a change. Food for thought, really. Sometimes you just have to learn things the hard way. I think some lessons are always learned the hard way. No? Cool, Gypsmith. That's cool. Dwayne's dynamic position sizing. Yeah, I base it on how much the distance of the stop loss is. It's like always the same dollar amounts, not the same contract sizing. Chop City. I can't. All right, cool. Good afternoon. All right. I actually got this shirt because Kai Trump influenced me. I saw her wearing this shirt. Trump's granddaughter. She was like golfing while wearing this shirt. I was like, ooh, I want it. It is so messy, even on the hourly. How was your day, guys? What did you do? Take any trades? That's cool. Bull Barbie, you have the same one. He's still speaking right now, someone says, about Trump. Where is he speaking? Trump speaking. Oh, he is.
Average lives, 45,000 lives back to kill our entire nation. Because a little speck on the head of a pin can kill somebody. It's very dangerous. Who are drug addicts and one.
Okay, so he's already speaking.
And they died.
He's talking about.
They couldn't believe it. As far as the attack is concerned,
okay, he's talking about Venezuela. Okay. What's your guys' bias? Bullish, bearish, or neutral? Let me know. This whole day has been extremely back and forth. And only a 257 point range from the NASDAQ. I think it would be great if we end up above this high again and then invert things, and I'd be interested in some longs. I got an alert for no reason. I don't know why. Woohoo! Maybe we'll finally get it picking up. See how this closes. Could end up being a third dig into it and then a rejection again. So gotta look at both sides of the coin. Yeah, what I wanted to do is see how much I could afford to take then. Be like micros, 12 micros or so. Let's see. Micro NASDAQ. Micro NASDAQ. All right. We have 2 p.m. very soon. I like that was a nice 5-minute close. Let me see if ES is going to catch up. Trump said we have Fed chair candidates down to 1. Isn't it crazy that you could like bet on anything nowadays? Literally bet on like who will be Trump's next Fed chair. Yeah, he's been talking. Mm. ES hasn't even gotten up to here. That's how slow this market is right now. Definitely hasn't had an FEG on the 5, so I'm not taking the long right now. Also hasn't inverted this on the 5 either. I could maybe find some bounce here. This bullish breaker in this 1 minute or 2 minute FEG. Right? But personally, I want to just stay on maybe a 5 here. So then I don't zoom in and then get caught up in a trade for no reason. Trump's still speaking. All right. What are you guys saying in the chat? A dip is recommended. How many trades I take a day? Try to like 2 to 3. Did I pick the winner? No, not yet. Do I prefer range trading or long runs? Definitely directional trades, either long or short, not range trading. That's literally the bane of my existence. I hate range trading. I think everyone does. I mean, it's very difficult to make money in a consolidation. Miss Ash. Oh yeah, Ash is won't be here today, but he'll be here next week. It's my strategy. Yeah, I do trade ICT concepts. The best strategy, just like close your long and you close your eyes and long. You just close your eyes. At the open. It worked out this open. Just don't hold it for too long though. Slam came back on everybody. Yeah, he's safe. He is, yeah. There's a big storm actually going to the northeast as well. Must have started down there. Ash is the storm, yeah. Do I believe in the Santa rally? I mean, it's happened several times in the past. Just depends on what are you defining as a Santa rally. I think people have different definitions. I think they go in like the last 2 weeks of December. How am I doing? I'm good. How are you? Yeah, we'll be giving away a 150K Pro plan at the end. Last time, the person that won was someone who had to guess my favorite color first. Obviously, we're going to do something else this time. It's like moving like grandma's snail's pace here. This market. Right? They don't want to give it to us. They don't want to give us an interesting market here. No matter what, we'll do the giveaway. My favorite color was yellow. Market trivia question for a giveaway? I don't know. I do like the crossword. Maybe you guys could remember that for next week. That's the kind of games I like. I like doing the crossword. One day I'll have my own, I'll publish my own crossword. I'll get my own, make my own and submit it. For now, I just got started with them. Finally, we're getting something here. Let's go, Habibi. Is it gonna run away without me? I don't know. That's basically my trigger, though. All right, I'm buying that. So let's see how this goes. Hopefully it comes right here. Looking to buy it right here. Bullish FEG. I'll be retesting this inversion as well. All right, I just bought that. Let's see. I'm looking for is, well, new high of day, and then like I said, 800s really. I don't know if we'll get there by that, but 720s would be nice. The way that this market has been moving, though, I wouldn't be surprised if I have to partial amongst other things, right? But I'm in again. One last time. We're trying those longs. We got to try them out. Get them out. Get them out. I'll put up my little toolbox on here as well. DR drawing tool. So since we had that inversion, I do want us to just kind of just hit that immediately. This swing high and then the next one. Okay. And also, yeah, so I'm marking out the next swing highs. I like my entry. Would like to see ES show more strength. ES now has a 5-minute FEG. I think NASDAQ also has one now on the 5, a tiny one right here. So it'd be nice to see it hold that. You see it's tiny, but it's there. So even on the 5-minute, there's that entry for me there. So it's pretty much the same entry as what I got anyway. So here we are. Be nice to explode from here, right? It would, but I don't know. Markets sometimes not. Sometimes they don't want you to win. Anyway, it's been good so far. I mean, I've been break even. This whole time so far. Slight profit. Slight profit. I do. I have more upside this week, but the thing is, we have to see. Doesn't mean that the delivery is going to be that clean. Probably could even have a tighter stop, right? I think about where 3 PD arrays failed, be like 1, this inversion, and this order block, I suppose, but give it some space. See us spool up. Wouldn't that be nice? ES also got bought up in this 5 minutes, so looks good so far. We want to see it really push from here. If it's going to be any good, because I need ES to invert also. Okay. So far, it's good. So far, so good. Looking at the hourly. $15-minute. I honestly do feel like I could probably trail my stop. Especially if we start breaking this high, I will definitely trail it aggressively. On the 15, it's about to close above also. See this 5 here. It's coming back a little bit. I'm not really worried. So far, so good with this trade. I was in barely any drawdown. But I did enter it based on like a 1 minute. So let me actually see. I did enter it based on 1 minute. Said I wanted to enter it here. Did. Yeah, I'm gonna trail. Because why would we come all the way back down again? Then I don't even want to be in the trade anymore, you know? So I said I could have had my stop here, and I did put it here now. So yeah, let's see a ES push up. That'll be good. We'll choose the winner of the 150K in about 15 minutes. Right, what I've also said is this bearish FEG, so it'd be really good to close back above this and above this high. You know, looks good so far. The trade is based on a 5 minute, so I actually wouldn't even think that I wouldn't even be surprised if it does take like a couple hours to get to full TP if it does. However, we really need to see some more strength soon. It is slowing. This is still super slow. Be nice to see another swing high get broken soon. We'll just have this here. All right. Who thinks I'm cooked and who thinks that longs will work out? Hit the like button. We've been in this trade already for like 10 minutes. I mean, barely. It's just break even, a little bit up. Not much going on so far. He hasn't really shown strength yet. Maybe it's collecting within here. Whole load of nothing. I'm up like 150 bucks. Back break even. Yes, closes below this. I mean, probably end up just cutting my trade. Let's see this on the 5. NASDAQ. Oh, man. Really digging into this OB, back into the inversion. I want to see how this 5-minute closes. Still pretty much a whole lot of nothing. Oh no, chat, we cooked. Yeah, I like my stop here. Like I said, I'll see how this 5-minute closes. Mm-hmm. Messy. Why are we so messy, NASDAQ? Staying alive for a little bit, but I'm not sure how this is gonna go. That was a nasty 1-minute candle that came down. A 5-minute close like garbage. I think I'm gonna close that. I don't have a good feeling about it anymore. Just wanted it to spool to the upside. Yeah. Looking at the 30-second, could end up just dropping from here to that sell side. Yes, I want to spool back to the upside, so I'm just going to close it here for like, let's see, let's calculate for negative 500. So that's 0.3 R. I'm okay with that. I wanted it to spool. I wanted it to really just start breaking out from here, essentially. When this candle came back down into the range, I'm not really interested in this anymore. So I'm okay with taking the small paper cut there. Can't get too married to bias and really, really want longs and force it onto this. Tried it here. And yes, just still staying over here. So, you know, happy with how I managed that overall. Now we'll see if it ends up actually going back down. And we'll choose the winner. Choose the winner for the 150K. Yeah, so originally, what was it? My long was like this. My stop was here. Going for like a spool there. And then I ended up cutting it here. Yeah, about 0.3 R. Tiny paper cut. I just know with this structure anymore, we're not going to get anything super interesting. So let me figure out how to choose the winner. Okay, first person in the chat that will that types what city I'm from, born and raised in the chat, wins 150K. Let's see here. Okay. That was an easy one, so let's see. It's New York. The Juice Bag won. The Juice Bag. That's such a funny name. Okay, I'll type your name in the chat. Yeah, the Juice Bag. Congrats. Chat, yeah. I mean, there's no point in really overanalyzing this market. I gave it a few tries here on the long side. It's quite choppy, so it really is just ugly. Oh my God. ES, why are you so ugly? All right, I'm glad to give that away. At the very least, you know, whoever wins that, you know, don't try to blow it up today. Hopefully do not blow it up today. I don't think that I'm not going to look at the rest of the market now for today. I gave it one shot basically. And yeah, my trading is way different than Ash. I cut it earlier. But I kind of know what I want to see if the structure is clean, right? And this is not what I want to see, the return to the range. It's going to be ugly. Quite ugly. Chop shop. Tiny paper cut there. Overall fine with that. Yeah, and I'm not really going to be looking for more longs for the rest of the day. If it ends up actually going to my buy side target, I'll just be like, whatever. But I really don't think, I mean, this back and forth all day doesn't really look that good. Gave it a chance here after 2 p.m. and this was after the news. So yeah, this is just not a market I want to risk more money in right now. You can see that on the 15. It's just very back and forth. So whoever won the Juice Bag, such a funny name. Congrats. And don't be a degenerate with the account, I hope. I mean, that's a $477 value account. So, you know, make it count. And here, yeah, took a little $500 loss. If it ends up suddenly ripping all the way high, I don't really care. There's just really not much going in the market right now. So stay safe, everybody. I'll see you on my stream tomorrow at 9:15. Today was a pretty ugly, annoying day for me. I tried longs a few times. And I don't know, structure's just not that clean. So I'm anticipating cleaner structure to happen. Good luck, good trading. And don't be a degenerate. I'll see you next week.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle moves, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop lost graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.